Hey guys, how's it going? So, today I actually wanted to play some Arknights. I've played this game actually I think even longer than... I forgot to default it to English voices. Sorry. But I was never quite sure what to stream on this game. This new event, Lingering Echoes, actually wasn't super interested in, so I kind of refrained from streaming that. But similar to Genshin, a lot of the time I spend on this game lately is just like playing regular stages, grinding out stuff. So it's difficult to find something really interesting to stream. I was actually thinking the first thing I streamed was probably going to be either the Gavial Altar event, or maybe I'd even wait a few more months for the Texas Altar event. But I really do love this game. I initially started playing because of Texas and Siege. They were just two characters I randomly saw in like an ad, and I was like, oh, I really like the design. Texas is actually a huge basis for the model I have being what it is. I just really like the character. And Siege I actually just also really liked. Ironically, I think if you look at like the order received, my first 5-star was Project Red, and my first 6-star was Exia, and then I didn't get Texas for the first time until like way later. But what I actually wanted to do today was to have the Integrated Strategies 2 mode for this game, which is their roguelike equivalent of it. I really enjoy it. And they actually dropped an update like a few days into this last event that I wasn't expecting. And I figured too, because it's the first of the year, it's the first of the month, we get a new monthly squad, we could start out with that, and then I could try and get the new ending. Basically, you go through a bunch of nodes similar to other roguelikes, and then depending on conditions fulfilled, you can get a 4th ending now. There used to only be 3. I've actually beaten it on these 2 difficulties with every single squad. I will say though, overall, I am missing some pretty key operators. Generally speaking, I still don't have Silver Ash after all this time. My Thorns is actually not raised because I forgot. I've actually been borrowing that unit, and I don't have like Passenger or Aya. But I've been making do with what I do. A lot of times I'm actually using like... I've been using a lot of Neural Altar in the stages. I do have a maxed out Chalter, but I've actually found that guards, just being guard knights, I swear, tend to do really well in this mode. But I figured we'd hop into the monthly squad. I actually don't know who it is. Oh. This could be a little bit rough. Luckily for the monthly squad, you usually just have to go, I think to, I want to say that's the 5th floor. I can never remember the names of these floors. But this mode's really fun, but it is one of those things that you wouldn't be able to just jump in and pick up Arknights as a new player and probably do very well on it, because it requires a decent amount of investment. I'll try to explain kind of the mechanics as we go, because it's a little bit weird, but let's hop into the monthly squad. I'm curious how this is going to go, because I don't actually think that this is going to be super easy for a start. I'm not a huge fan of Iris. Melenth is an okay unit. All the 3-star units are actually really good in this mode, because we have this hope counter up here. We get hope every time we level up, or through other like collectibles / artifacts are the equivalent of run buffs. And the 3-star units are free, which makes them actually really powerful because their base stats are pretty high, honestly, compared to like similar level higher rarity operators, surprisingly. And then this is just you spend it for like stores and stuff. But we'll see. I'm actually not familiar with Shalem. Crimson Trickster. So this is one of the collectibles I'm talking about. There's a ton. We actually have to unlock a good few now that the new event came out, so we'll have to see how that goes. Pick a squad here. It looks like they limit you from some of the more broken squads. I do think this is like the base squads that you get. I actually think what we'll probably do is start out with... Reserve Squad is a little bit better for the long-term investment. Spearhead I actually really like when I'm doing the hardest mode. But we'll probably just do Support Squad. It gets you a really powerful start a lot of the time. Let's see what this log is. I'm genuinely curious. I don't know if this is voice acted. It's not. So Shalem says, are the 2 of you thirsty? I'll fight some drinks. Plain black tea for me, thank you. I'm not going to read all this out loud, actually. Squash. So we're talking about tea. I've thought about learning like voice acting and stuff because I do a lot of singing, but I'm not sure. I just don't have the inflection in my voice for like speeches. But maybe that's just me. But they do have really like wholesome conversations a lot of the time. I think it was last month or the month before had like Kobe. No, last month I want to say was Zima, Helliger, and one other. I want to say it might have been another Ursus character. But I really enjoy this game overall. So we have just some basic nodes you'll see here. Rogue Traders, where we spend these ingots here. Encounters, you usually just, a ton of stuff can happen here. I do believe for every ending except the first, there's at least 1 or 2 mandatory encounters that you have to go for, so we'll have to figure that out. I'm not actually sure what the encounters are we need for the 4th ending, and I'll be honest, we probably, once we do get and actually trying to get that 4th ending, we probably won't beat it the first time. I think every boss that I did, in terms of the final bosses, took at least 2 or 3 tries before I actually figured out how the fight went. But we'll have to see. Like, the first time I went to the second boss, Big Sad Lock, I didn't know you had to disable his regeneration, but I haven't even looked up what the final boss arena is there like that, and that's also important because then you can kind of prepare. But emergency combat nodes and combat ops are just regular fights. It's important to do as many emergency ops as you can safely, especially early on, because they do have extremely buffed units, but you get a collectible for doing it, which is the permanent buff you need. Anyway. He is an arts protector, that's good to know. Yeah, I'm not familiar with all the characters in this game, but we'll see. So attack and inflict reduces max HP attack, all that. That almost turns him into like a Centurion. So I fires 6 times, interesting. I'm gonna try Rapid Onslaught at first. Take the sleep, we'll try that. It's at least decent crowd control, it seems like. We'll have to see. Hopefully the game volume isn't too loud. It's a little loud for me. I actually usually play this on my phone, but because I use my phone for my motto, I couldn't really. Okay, well, I'm assuming that was Iris. That is a new stage. I've never seen this stage before. Already. Ideally, I want to deploy... I might actually deploy Melantha up there, because it's a healing space, and she has a Dreadnought.
I hope we may resolve this peacefully.
I'll have to see what all the voice actors... I was realizing, like, for my secretary slash, like, assistant unit being Siege, I actually didn't know that... Oh, wow, she's getting destroyed. I didn't know that it defaults to English voice actors, actually. And I think the English voice actors in a lot of games catch a lot of, like, unnecessary dislike. I think... I've heard the theory that for a lot of people, they just don't like it because it's one of those things where when they say it in, like, a different language, it doesn't really click in your head that it's a bit strange to say things the way they do. But I think they do a good job. That said, though, the Arknights anime was really, really good. I actually really like Texas's, Neuro's, and Exia's voice actors from the anime, so we'll have to see if we... Like, I don't know, not every character has an English VA. For example, Melantha there, I think, was the one speaking in Japanese, but these two have English voice actors. It's really hard to tell. But with this setup, I mean, one important thing to keep in mind with Arknights, especially before we have a healer, is enemies will prioritize attacking who's blocking them first. Usually, there's a few other enemies, but they'll attack, like, the most recently deployed enemy, which is also a problem. Also, I didn't realize I was worried about that puppet. That puppet just straight up stays there until it dies. Those get really annoying, especially because there's so many of them in the first boss. This makes me think that we have Duck Lord of the Bear.
Ansel?
We do, okay.
Understood.
I should have deployed her earlier to try to get Seal. So this guy and then there's a bear are 2 units that can appear randomly in the roguelike stages. If you can kill them, you get an extra collectible, so if it's an emergency ops, you can actually get 2. Really helpful to do if you can do it. I don't know if we have the damage to do it. Having Melantha's skill up actually would have been really nice. A lot of times this guy pauses at random spots because he can't be blocked. The other guy is just really, really tanky.
Their future is clear to see.
Do
And may
this.
this end.
Okay, the sleep does work. That's important to know. I wasn't sure if it did. Okay, nice. And I do believe the Duck Lord and the Bear do scale with time. Oh, hey, Arknight, how's it going? Just trying out the monthly squad for Arknights IS2. Figured I might do the 4th ending here in a little bit. I haven't tried it at all yet, but I've heard it's pretty hard. Hobbies. We have Defender and Sniper. I mean, for the monthly squad to get all the rewards, you don't usually even have to go to an ending. Oh, it's giving me all the notices because I haven't played on this platform. We could get a free Fia meta. That actually might be. I was thinking Shelter at first. Let's just grab the free Fia meta. Why not? Save ourselves the hope cost. Defender. I genuinely have no idea how good Shalem is, so I don't know if it's worth investing in to upgrade him. Sarai is usually pretty nice, but I'm kind of holding out on saving my hope for a better unit. I'm tempted. I haven't finished raising my spot because I recently got a couple new units. I'm really excited for the Gavial altar event, actually. But it's tough. So Spot's better at healing other units. I actually prefer Cardigan because a lot of times I'm only using 3-star defenders early in the game, and I think Cardigan's a little bit tankier. Let's go for the emergency op. Whiskey. Yeah, I don't actually know what level my Liskarm is. One downfall I've had, in addition to like I'm missing a few really important units, like I don't have Silver Ash, I don't have my Thorns raised, he's 68 E1. I don't have a lot of the 4 and 5-star units raised that I should. Like there's several that I've been meaning to E2. Spectre I've been meaning to E2. Guards wise, I've actually heard Franca's pretty good. I do have Myrtle raised. Myrtle might not be a bad pickup here actually, but I think we're gonna pick up Neural Altar. Neural Altar's actually been like my favorite carry for late game IS2. Thorns and Spectre, yeah. Spectre Altar is also like insanely good for this mode. But usually a lot of times what I've been doing in my unlock runs, because I actually haven't played since the 4th ending came out, but I beat every single ending with every single squad. A lot of times I think one of the strongest starts is I just borrow a friend's Thorns. Works pretty well. We need some squad space. I'll have to see. I'd like a healer, but I feel like we have a decent amount of self-sustain right now, so we might be okay. Pulled my steam. Oh, I'm sorry, man. That's rough. Hopefully she comes back. I mean, the problem with oh, I didn't mean to do that. The problem with the limited banners too is they just a lot of times they just make you spark them and get really insanely lucky. It took me forever to get Rose Montes actually because I didn't get her on her first banner, and then I had to just wait until I randomly got her another time. It was rough.
Nothing of their fates.
I'm a little bit hesitant actually. I know we picked up Fiametta. I just remembered she can't go to 0 HP, but we don't have a healer for get a single panorama. I mean, Moss Team is a little bit more usable, I think. Once you have her.
Do what I need.
Nice. I think she's a little bit more usable once you have her module. But even then, I usually don't pick her up. I'm sad though because I'm missing a lot of the most powerful. I didn't think about this. Fiametta's gonna go down. I was thinking I could just put Iris here just so that she tanked those initial shots, but it's probably fine. This early on, the stages aren't too bad. I don't know. I've done some interesting things with Moss. Oh, there she goes. I've done some interesting things with Mostima recently. Like her S3 I know isn't terribly great, but with some specific stages you can really mess with enemies and stall them out really long. Like I did a stage with the new event with Dusk S3 and Mostima S3, and it was basically just an infinite stall. It was really funny. I don't know if I'd say efficient, but it was really funny. Never gonna raise Mostima. That's honestly not the worst plan either. I've kind of got to the point where even though I'm missing like, again, like Aya and a few other like really key operators like Silver Ash, I've got enough of like a decent base roster that I kind of just been erasing units I'd like to see how they do later on. But that's the nice thing about IS2 is if you get really lucky and you get the temporary recruitment, you can use them and see how they do fully raised. There's a medic, but so my medics I use the most in IS2 are actually Telopsis, and I prefer Mulberry. I don't know why. I think people actually do prefer Honeyberry a little bit more for status heal, and I've heard Lumen's actually really good. I just haven't had a chance to raise him for that. But start with Ansel. Oh, that's nice. It's also nice. Mosty was cute. Maybe I would have raised her a bit. Yeah, that's fair enough. Get a free one of those. I don't know. I mean, who's your favorite character? Personally, I started playing the game, and I would still say I really like Texas and Siege, but I also actually really like Neural. Neural grew on me a lot with the Liskarm. Yeah, that's fair enough. She was really good in the anime too. I think they did a really good job with the anime. I think they announced the next chapter is going to be animated. Inspector. Yeah, those are both good. Probably doesn't matter what path we go. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I don't know. Maybe I should have looked it up before I started the stream, but I have no idea how to get the 4th ending, and that's what I figured we'd do after monthly squad. I don't even know if I'm gonna finish out the monthly squad run. I might just go until like the 5th floor.
Ready whenever.
Just because it's a pain. But we'll see.
All right.
Oh, I'm really
All
glad we got a
medicine
healer
is being
before this
prepared.
stage.
I shall lead the assault.
What account level are you? I think I'm... I want to say 129. Not 100% on that though.
I'll do my best.
How about you?
Please hold on.
Yeah, I'm not the most experienced player. Like, I see some people do some wild strategies and I'm just like, I have no idea how they thought of that.
Take it.
There we go. 67? Yeah, you gotta start somewhere.
Right. You've
And
got
this is a
time
fun
to
game,
take
I think, for the
insight.
long term. Generally. Because there's definitely a lot of games like this that I pick up and then I just don't continue with. But, Arknights is not one of them. Played it for a while. Yeah, because eventually you get a good amount of investment. Like, I think I have almost every operator that's not a 6-star. I mean, I'm missing a good chunk of the 6 stars, but you can definitely... Like, it's one of those games that the longer you play, you'll get more, like, top operator tags and recruitment eventually. You'll get more options. It just takes time.
Mission accomplished.
6 copy of Pure Stream, nice. I haven't actually raised Pure Stream. There's a lot of different
is
medics.
done.
My...
Be at ease.
I think the
for
early
no
medics I
danger
used were
remains.
Warfarin
Well
and...
done, Doctor.
Top op tag, but I got hell away from it. Actually, that's I think who I got from my first top operator tag, and I still haven't raised him. He's not bad, but that I can't remember what it's called. Oh, I think it's Musha's. I don't use them a whole lot, to be honest. I think they're fine. I actually would like a never raise him. Yeah, he's not terrible at lane holding, but he's one of those operators that if you pass on him, I don't think you're missing out on too much. Looks and I have better guards. Yeah, guards are one of the most competitive niches for sure in Arknights. It's actually kind of crazy. I feel like in a lot of the other ones, like in snipers, you have like Chalter and a few other characters that are just blatantly stronger than most of the other ones. But guards are really, really high competition. In fact, I think we're getting... Because Ian's like 6 months or so behind the, I think it's the Chinese server, so you can see like what banners are upcoming. I think we're actually getting Neural and Blemishine's father, I think it's pronounced Molinar, and he's supposedly really broken. Like, he's apparently going to just straight up power creep. Oh, I'm an idiot. I thought that was the one that gave me 2 promotions. I should have used that on Neural Alter. But I think he's supposed to straight up power creep Silver Ash, so I haven't been too worried about getting him. Scotty's lane holder. I actually do have a raised Scotty. She's only a little bit over E2. She's not bad. She's pretty fun to use. I mean, she's good at heli drop, and she's with her S3. She's really, really tanky. So definitely not a bad operator to use. I think what's nice about, funnily enough, like playing early, like mid parts of Arknights when you're just starting out, is you get to really just use the units you have. Because like I was saying at the start, I was using like Warfarin and Gavial, and nowadays I just get kind of lazy and I just use like Chalter and Neural Alter, and I just dumpster everything that comes across. This stage, I actually don't want to do this stage. I don't have a DP generator. I don't like this one. This one's... I've had a bad experience with this one, I swear. Every time I do this and I'm leaning on like guards or snipers, I get the one that weakens them. It's not bad. Pass on that. Got 2 losses. So many runs, actually. I end up just finishing with just Talopsis. It's kind of crazy as my only medic.
To assemble package build.
Swap out for this. We need more squad space. I was actually really hoping for squad space there. Trying to think. I actually really like using Project Red in this mode. She's not the most meta character, but because I don't have Phantom, and Texas the Omertosa hasn't come out yet, I think she works really well on a lot of specific stages. What have we got? Safe house would be nice for squad space. We're gonna go for the emergency ops. What? Third floor? Mind the doors. That stage is pretty obnoxious. Trying to think. Usually for like endgame, I use Neural Alter. If I'm going for Lucian, the first boss, I use Neural Alter to kill Lucian. And then I use Rosa to deal with the puppets. I don't have Rosa yet, and Rosa's actually really nice for this stage, because this boss just sits there and stuns all of your units. It's not the worst one though. I actually really hate fighting the puppet. But I want to go for the emergency ops, so we need to fight one of these two maps. Yeah. Did it just give me... Oh, I think this is a new stage. I don't think I've ever seen this one before. This has to have been new with the update that just came out for IS2. I know they added a bunch of new emergency ops, because if you look at like the collectibles, I took a quick look at that. Most of them say like beat this emergency op without losing any health. We'll give it a try. I have no idea how this will go. And an IS or no? I don't know. I just really like playing roguelike, so I found it really addicting. But... Oh. Okay, this could be a little bit sketchy.
I shall lead the assault.
Because I know if you don't destroy this thing fast enough, it turns into a flying unit. And I still don't have a DB generator. Right now I'm thinking the operatives I probably need to pick up for this run is... I know you can use other operators, but like I was saying, I usually personally use Rosa for the... Oh, this thing's getting through. Unless it flies that way. That does change things.
To kill.
Arch unit charging.
Yeah, I really enjoy integrated strategies.
To grasp right power, so
I placed Talopsis wrong too. If I want to put Fiametta down, I have to put her in front. Well, I don't have to put her in front, but I don't know if there's any range units that'll kill her. Oh, I could put her here. I didn't know that.
Only do what I need. Initiate activating arch unit. I don't like damage unless it's necessary.
Yeah, roguelikes are... They're a different one. Does that block the path? That's actually really bad, because I set... Oh no! I set my healer in that lane. Oh. Yeah, IS2 is a bit of a different beast, just because it is also based off of Arknights, so it's not like a traditional roguelike. Okay. Yeah, I have never seen this stage before. I don't know if that completely blocks off the lane too, I can't tell. I'm just gonna... Might as well put her down. Yeah, I am excited to see what the fourth ending is, but I have an idea I'm probably going to lose. I think... So I want to say I beat Lucian the first time third try, because I didn't like look up what the stage was or anything, so the first time I just got dumpstered, I remember.
There will come a day when we clear the mist of hardship and darkness.
Oh, thanks, Egnerd. I mean, honestly, I just kind of stream really casually. No, I appreciate it. I just stream really casually. Just kind of a fun thing I like to do in my off time. I think part of it's just practice too. Like, I'm terrible at public speaking, but when I'm like just behind a screen, I feel okay. But it's one of those things, I think it just takes practice. Yeah. But I appreciate that, thank you. What's if we got 2 home? Okay, so we can still get a 6-star operator. I guess that was my chance to get Rosa for Mind the Doors. I do think we'll be okay on this boss fight. What we'll probably do is just heli drop Project Red on it a bunch of times. Beast fighting. It's a really good thing we have an upgraded Project Red. This is one of the stages I think executors are really insanely good for. I might actually tag out Iris here though for another blocker.
Fear fear neither hardship nor darkness.
Don't make too big of a show.
簡単だ。
Hey, getting decent viewerships is a great thing, honestly. Oh.
I shall lead the assault.
I think what's really, really important for streaming, just so much as you enjoy it,
早く。
I kind of just tend to stream some random things. This is actually the first time I've streamed Arknights,
Charging.
just because it's one of those games like Genshin that I'm really not sure what to stream half the time when I'm playing it, because a lot of the time it's just me logging in and playing like dailies and stuff.
簡単だ。
But in my humble opinion, I think as long as you're enjoying it, that's the most important thing.
To grasp right power is so as to sweep all wrongdoing from this world.
And there are people, like, you can reach out to a lot of different audiences. Like, not everyone wants to, like, I feel like I ramble a lot when I stream. That doesn't appeal to everyone.
See those on the stage.
Should have probably put Tolopsis one over so I could put Fiametta in a better spot. Granted, I don't think there's any ranged units on this stage, so we're probably good. Yeah, I can imagine.
Sights locked. I don't like damage. Unless it's necessary.
I mean, I definitely don't use a lot of the meta units. Like, on the Lucian stage, I know I don't use, like, the most optimal strat, because what I actually do is I let him break the first barrier, and then I just hold him at the second one with Neural Alter, but... Yeah, I could understand that, too. Definitely, the first few times I streamed, too, I was really, really nervous. I just had some friends stop by, and I was stuttering really bad. But... yeah, I'm by no means an expert. I feel like I make stupid decisions all the time, even like normal runs. And I'm just like, well, I think I just killed myself. I can tell this. Hey, thank you, I appreciate it. Yeah, I wasn't sure. Because I use like a VTuber motto, I just really like it. It's actually, part of the inspiration came from Texas, hilariously enough, because I just really like the character. But I wasn't sure how to do this, so I got an emulator so I could do it on PC. But I do really enjoy this game. It's a game I've been meaning to stream for a while. But I wasn't actually super into this current event. I didn't mind the story. A lot of Arknights event's story is actually really, really sad. But, yeah, I like Texas. Her altar's supposedly really, really crazy. Because I do, like I was saying, I use Project Red a lot. Even though she's not like the most meta character. Because she was my first 5-star. And apparently she's insane. Yeah. Taxes, the Lapland and Texas memes. I actually really liked her in the anime. I don't know if she has an English voice actor. I usually don't play with sound on my phone, but... yeah, I'm not sure. Might as well upgrade Shalem, we're using him. Oh, the Lapland memes too. Have you seen the PV they did for the new event? Well, it's not new anymore, but they did a really good, like, animation for the, Siracusa event. I'm really excited for it. I think... since we're like 6 months behind the CN server, I want to say it'll probably be around May, I think it was, because I want to say it was November. But there's no guarantee. Because I know... I haven't... I would check it out, actually. They did a really good song for it and stuff. I think they showed... in terms of characters, I know it had Sora, Texas, Lapland. I'm trying to think if there was anyone else there. But I think that's going to be a really good event. And I actually do think the next event is supposed to be Gavial Altar's event. And that should be a really good one too. But I was really surprised with like the animation quality on it. Here, I could get Golden Glow. I think Golden Glow is really good for the third ending. I'm just going to grab Lava. I feel like I tend to be too greedy with my... seem pretty in it. Hey, I appreciate that. Like I said, I just kind of stream on weekends, usually just for fun. I tried to do some relaxed streams and just kind of hang out. Behind the doors. I have a really bad feeling about this stage, though. I do really wish I'd had another guard voucher, actually. We haven't gotten the sniper and guard vouchers I was hoping for. I think, me personally, part of the reason my IS2 runs tend to fail is, A, I'm not very good at this game. The B, I tend to rely really, really hard on guards and snipers because of the roster I have built. And so if I get like a bunch of caster vouchers, I'm in a bad spot. I also have the artifact that gives me
access for application map. And enemy
the
coordinates authorized.
it makes
Please
supporter
stand by.
vouchers complete, like I can't remember what it's called. The ones that like give you one of every type, or at least let you pick from whatever you want. But we'll have to see. I think actually if I put within these arrangements, that's fair. I mean, that's one of those things that I think comes with time. Like I said, I'm level 129 and my caster presence is still terrible.
Boring. Sorry, forgot to hold that.
I really hope that doesn't hit my Thea meta. That's not good. Set on Shalem. I think I need to throw him one tile back. I don't know the range. Even after all the time I spent in IS2, I have no idea what the range is on his stun. But I do have a feeling... I've never actually lost to this boss, but I have a really bad feeling about this run. This isn't going well. Part of our issue right now, I think, is we do need more squad space. And I'm hesitant to remove Project Red here because he keeps stunning their altar. But I will say if there's one... Uh-oh. Okay, that's leaking. I don't think I can stop it. If there is one class that you're going to build in Arknights, it's probably guards. Hey, thanks. I'm gonna do my best. I don't know how this is gonna go, but... Yeah, you have a good one. Oh no. I mean, granted, I think we can let this boss leak. Because the bosses on stage 3, I want to say only do... I want to say they only do 3 damage. We are definitely about to find out, though. That's not good. I feel like we could have played this stage better, but we did survive. And you know what? I will take it.
Mission complete. Look, this much is granted. Don't make a fuss over nothing.
Sophia Meta has an English voice actor. I'm literally just finding out because I never play this game with sound as we go. I'll have to check. Because so many operators that you would think would don't, and then so many I don't think would do. Let's pick up Rosa. Might as well upgrade her. I don't think Rose is the most optimal thing for dealing with the puppets on Lucian stage. It's just the best option I have. I've thought about raising Ifrit for it, but... And I don't have Passenger. Passenger works really well. This works really well with Neural, but I'm gonna just go for this. We have enough ingots to make a rogue trader probably worth it. We're gonna go bottom path. Well... So safe house is guaranteed squad space here, which we were talking about needing. Because we really need squad space here. It's usually not actually a huge issue, but it's proving to be one right now. Tag out Iris for Rosa. Let's go to the Rogue Trader. Never mind, we're gonna go for this. Goes up 20% every time you do it. Got it at 40%. That's not bad. I think on average I get it at 60%. But what stage is this? A Dance Together. Oh, it's this stage. I have a semi-built Fiametta, I just don't use her enough to really be familiar with what I need for her, but let's actually tag out Neural Altar, we'll throw an Iris. I think this should be okay. We'll have to give this a try. I think there's this puppet and then another 2 that come out and then a bunch of units here and here and drones come out. I don't think we're in a huge amount of danger. Oh. So the problem is if I put Rosa here, I think the puppet stops right here. Should be fine though. The Puppet does stop there, but because we have upgraded Project Red, actually she's doing a lot of damage. Yeah, there we go. We'll probably just stick Fiametta here. I probably should have switched Fiametta to a different skill for this stage. I didn't think about that, but her current skill just launches a barrage at max range, which isn't actually the best thing here.
Arch unit charging.
Stop this. So Rosa doesn't have any in-voice acting. I don't know, I really like Rosa though. I actually got her very early on.
And to be killed. The path you all now
And so I
walk,
use her a little bit more.
there is
She's
not
another unit though that I don't
power.
actually think is very highly rated.
Sights locked. Sorry.
Actually, this is a
Forgot
decent
to
time
hold
for
that
this.
back.
Very nice. That AoE hits really far. I didn't realize it hit that far. We
Sights
should be
locked.
fine on the rest of this stage. I'm trying to think, aside from upgrades though, I think the main unit I'm looking right now, if we are just going to straight up beat Lucian this run, is actually Myrtle. Because we're going to need DP generation.
Your logical deduction was absolutely correct.
That's Telopsis.
What a perfect calculation.
Thanks, Telopsis. We're getting so many defender vouchers. At this point, I'm wondering if it's... How close are we to leveling up? That's not the button I meant to. Oh. I always forget that... Can you not back out? It's been a while, actually, since I've played IS2. I had one run, because what I do before the monthly rewards update is I just do a run that's really powerful, and I stop right before the final boss. And that's actually why we have the... Because when the new update dropped, to unlock the 4th ending, you do have to technically complete a basic run, but... Let's pick up Soraya.
Your logical
Oh, we just leveled up, so hopefully we don't miss out on a chance to, like, upgrade Neural Altar. Never mind. Perfect. I'll take it. Save squad. Ah, that's rough. I was really hoping for squad space upgrade here. Because that is far and away the... I mean, it's the biggest issue right now. I do actually
Upon
think
changing
with...
armaments, my combat style will also be obliged to
Send me the operation briefing. I will review it.
Interesting. Sorry, I just keep getting really, like, fascinated by the voice actors for these. Because I just haven't heard them before. And I think on my phone I actually do have it set to default for the Japanese voices, but most of the voices I've heard are from, like, the anime or the animations. I really, really like the voice actors they did for the anime for Texas and Exia in particular. I'm just looking to see. I could promote Soraya here. I'm not actually too concerned about doing that. Technically, I think she's less tanky than Shalem is right now because Shalem's upgraded. Yeah, by a decent amount. But she can heal everyone else. She's probably my most used defender in IS2. Let's grab... I think we're okay on life. Let's just grab the Hope. I'm a little disappointed that we didn't have the ability to... I should check the stages more often. I have never seen this stage before. Looks like it has 2 openings, so we need... We'll have 2 lane holders, an executor, and then maybe arranged for each side. Still not completely sold on Fiametta here. I think she's a really powerful unit. She has super high damage potential, but just without being super familiar with her ranges, I'm having a hard time. Oh, just one of the cold status. Oh, this is going to be obnoxious. Let's just drop Project Red here, actually. Just chip away at this thing. Never mind, she's going to get 2-shot. Recall her before she gets taken out. So what I think we do here is we'll have Neural hold this side. That way we can put someone beefier here. Oh my gosh. That's...
Yes. Bow to me.
Do this. That'll let her cover this side as well. Oh. I almost didn't catch that wolf, I'm gonna be honest. I didn't even realize that was going. Oh wait. Oh, this applies cold status to enemy units. I had no idea. That's actually really, really useful.
簡単
That
だ
completely changes my strategy for this stage. Because part of the reason I put Soraya here, instead of potentially where we needed more block, was because I thought we were going to have the cold status applied to whoever was there.
What? You've got time to take in the sights? This will be over. Sorry, forgot to hold that back.
You don't want him to target via meta.
Yes, may the light imbue you.
She's taking a lot of it. I'm just going to drop the healer for Soraya. Okay, Soraya went down. That's not good.
Sights locked.
That's really awkward because I think I could have dropped Soraya there a little bit earlier.
お前の死を移す
Program initiating healers.
Oh my gosh, this is not going well.
あなたならできるわ
We are one hit away from dying.
May the light imbue you.
Boring. I don't like damage unless it's necessary.
Oh no.
Solidify.
We just lost. That's really awkward. That's one of those moments though where we did leak a little bit of life on the 3rd floor boss, but a big part of the reason we lost there was because I just straight up let Soraya die. That is unfortunate. And that's what I mean when I say I'm not super good at this game, because I definitely could have won that. Let's go ahead and... Oh, we did go far enough, so apparently you only have to hit either 3rd or 4th floor. Let's go again on the monthly squad, just because I want to get the last part of the communication recorder. I know we haven't been reading it out loud, but I usually go back and read it later. I would say what I was talking about, these are the new artifacts that came out. And this is what I was talking about. So this is... I have everything else unlocked except for this bottom section. It looks like these I just need to obtain, which is nice. But I think almost all of these are to clear the new emergency ops without losing, without losing life. And then this one I would assume is for beating the last ending. So let's go again. The starting squad didn't end up being as rough as I thought it was. I will say I don't think we had great RNG on vouchers, despite having the extra voucher chance. And because I'm paranoid, we're going to go for Gathering Squad because that was rough. Because you also have to consider if we'd managed to have more squad space, we would have been fine. Because we had Shalem and Cardigan on deck, but we couldn't deploy them because we didn't have any squad space
Worry
upgrades.
not.
I just really, really like Support Squad because it lets you really buy out that first shop and it gives you some extra hope.
Follow me.
So this must
Please.
be one of the new starting stages though. Which is
今回
interesting.
だけは手を貸して差し上げますわ
Because there's definitely a pool for each stage of what you can get. In that case, we'll just do the same exact thing.
And to be killed.
I know you can tell based on number if the Duck Lord or the Bear appear. I don't remember what the original number was though,
I'll do my best.
so I could not tell you if we have it. There's only a few stages I actually know by heart, like, that will have them for sure. Granted, this early on, it's not like it makes a huge difference because it won't change our preparation. We'll have to see how this goes though. I do think it's hilarious if they just put this puppet here and the puppet dies just before it goes anywhere. There's a few stages like that. There's one on the later floors where there's a bunch of Sarkos chargers and a solid like 1/3 of them just charge off the map. And it's so funny. Just makes me laugh every time. It's one of those things though that I think it's maybe just like intimidation scare tactics, because you think there's going to be a lot more units on the stage and then okay, we don't have an extra unit, but then they just run off the stage and die. Oh, the puppet didn't die this time. It doesn't make a difference, but the puppet didn't die.
Mission accomplished.
Huh. I genuinely don't know why that is if it did last time.
We won? Thank goodness for that.
We'll grab Project Red. Supporter voucher. We'll grab Orchid. Orchid, I think, is... Like I was saying, I think a lot of the early 3-star units are very, very powerful for the early game.
仕方ありませんわね
Without collectibles, though, I don't think they scale too well. Oh, we haven't seen the downtime recreation node yet. So this lets you usually gamble either life points or maybe not life points. I'm trying to remember all the ones you can get. I know you can gamble ingots and hope on these nodes, and sometimes you can get stuff. I will say usually the payout isn't very high. This is the first encounter for the third ending. I will not be doing the third ending today. It's rough. This is actually the first encounter for the second ending. So that previous one, I guess I could explain it real quick. So you get the Mantle of the Wrongly Condemned from that last encounter, which costs all your units to have 2+ DP cost. Then on the third boss, if you have Mantle of the Wrongly Condemned, you're presented with an extra option for collectibles, and you have to take it. I believe it's called Stand-In Actor. It gives all your units like 2% stats. And then on the 4th and 5th stage, again to do the third ending, you have to find an encounter that gives you Abrupt Realization, which reduces DP cost down to what it's been higher, because the Mantle of the Wrongly Condemned makes it higher than normal for like 4 stages, which is obnoxious. And then you have to beat Lucian, actually, the first ending boss, which the first ending you just go to the end of the floor. And then you have to do a 6th floor. The second ending you go here, you lose 1 hope, and it gives you, I can't remember what it's called. And I think this actually does set you on the ending for Big Sad Lock immediately. But there's 2 more encounters you have to find. One where you give up 3 life points to shield like a puppet. And then another one after that. Because if you don't do that, Big Sad Lock has an absurd amount of health regeneration. I've only beaten him once out of like the 15 times I've killed him without disabling the regen. It's that powerful. And I only did it because I had the attack speed artifacts, which for most operators are the most broken thing you can have. This is new. Who's the attacker? Caster and Specialist for each. I will take that. That might have been okay. That's a promoted caster. Grab Ansilgan. Just having a medic makes me feel a lot better, even if it's not Telopsis. Let's see, what else have we got? I think we need to take the emergency ops. I mean, the goal right now, I think it's just get to the 5th floor. For Proof of Friendship, I'm going to be greedy for this. I think to get that last conversation, we just have to go to the 5th floor. And I'm actually really excited to try out the 4th ending, if we can even get the encounter luck. That's one thing I had a huge issue with on some of my squads. Like Spirit Squad, you start out with 1 life, so doing Big Sad Lock was rough, because if you get the encounter to lose 3 life too early, sometimes you just straight up don't have the life to do it. Unequal split should be fine.
Ready whenever.
Yeah, the current squad we brought is nice. We have extra deployment limit too, and the extra squad space.
Careful, everyone.
I would say a lot of the time deployment limit isn't a huge issue,
Make sure you follow every detail
but
on the
when it
plan.
is, it's a pretty big problem.
Spread out.
when it occurs.
簡単だ
Want to make sure that we recall Project Red before she dies, though, to make sure we get the DP back, because again, we don't have a DP generator right now. Let's drop down this one. I usually like to deploy my defender last,
What are your orders?
but I don't think that's a great option here.
運気がよどんでいますわね
Oh, we need to drop our healer though. Preferably before our tank
The
dies.
future is clear. Surely your skulls
Uh-oh.
would be mesmerizing
good.
to see.
I would have liked to put Ansel facing this way. It's fine.
もう逃げ場ないせかさないでくださる
I maybe should have let this walk further so it'd be in range to go sleep.
First day thoughts clear.
無礼者
I didn't sleep it, oops. That does a lot of burst though. Iris is growing on me. She's one of the units that you get a decent amount for free. Like, it's not terribly uncommon to get Iris
Just as planned.
when you have like a free recruit,
ない
but
Fret not. Your path
I'm
you
not.
all
I'm just
now
not the biggest
walk.
fan of the
There's
what's it called,
but one
Mystic
hope.
Caster archetype. I accidentally got Ebonholes trying to wish for Hibiscus Altar actually,
あなたたちの
and I
呼びかけを
think
してほしいの
Ebonholes
かしら
is considered not to be great, but
お前の死を移す
please don't die. My tank just died. That's not good. Ah, good old Crown Shatter. The character that everyone just loves to bully. We're actually gonna hold here first. Oh, we got the Duck Lord too.
あなたたちの読み
I should have saved that for the Duck Lord. I'm an idiot. I just panicked here. Yeah, he'll skip past the first unit. There's a cooldown on it. Lucian actually does that as well. I don't think we'll be killing the Duck Lord here.
Ready to move.
We'll see though. Let him get in range and then pop that. That way Malent is also hitting. And Shalem won't do anything with it. It did not work. If I had saved, if I hadn't panicked on Crown Chatter and then the caster, what I could have done there is used Iris's skill on it twice, and we probably would have gotten a free collectible there. Glass Bird is nice. Right after we had issues with squad size last time, we're getting just all the squads. Ooh, free mountain. I was gonna grab Neural Altar, but I will take a free mountain. I actually don't have mountain. In which case we can grab Telopsis. So we're already doing a pretty well fleshed out squad here. Right now my concern is range damage. We'll have to see. I'm not experienced with mountain enough to use this skill. I've seen it a couple times before, and I did not feel like I used it efficiently. So we'll see. But we're at a point where, once again, I'd just like to get extra life points. I mean, I'll take it. The second one, we've already seen that. I think we need to go for the emergency ops. What boss do we have? Is it scripted that you always get Mind the Doors? We have enough life points that we'll be able to just tank it again if we need to, but this boss in particular, this boss and the puppet, I think. Actually, I think Rosa does really well into almost all the third floor bosses. I think she's actually really underrated, because I know she isn't regarded super highly as a unit, but as far as like long distance boss killing snipers go, she works pretty well. Red isn't upgraded, so hopefully, yeah, she's fine. We could try to protect this treasure chest. I don't think it'll happen, but we might as well make an effort. The problem is that one's in a bit of an awkward spot. When it's right here or right here, I think it's easier to protect than right there, because the big enemies and the unblockable enemies come through that door. So I'm actually a little bit disappointed that's where it spawned. It only gives you one extra ingot unless it changed with the newest update. But that could be the difference between you getting something really nice out of your shop and not getting anything.
Arch unit charging.
What I might actually do is drop Shalem right here. We'll have to see.
Just as planned.
So the problem is Mountain only has one block.
I hope we may resolve this peacefully.
And like I said, the big units come through here, and then we can use Iris' skill when the unblockable unit comes through. In fact, we're also going to drop right here. It is one thing that I also don't think I do enough, is make an effort to protect the treasure chests. Oh wow, that unit died really fast. I think it was Iris' burst. There's the big boy. Put him to sleep. Compared to last room, though, I feel like we have quantity versus quality. None of our operators are upgraded right now, but we have so many more that we can deploy because of the. I think we took. It's called Gathering Squad.
Thank goodness for that.
I actually do like Malenta. Just not a unit that I use a whole lot. Oh crud! I want to see what this one is. Never mind. I was gonna say, because we only have 7 hope. In that case, we'll upgrade to Lopsis. And I'm just gonna take that. It's a little bit of range damage, not the most. It's this stage again. Let's read this description, because I didn't last time. Knocked over, dealing damage to 2 as it falls, blocks routes. Okay, so it does completely block that route, so we just need to hold those top 2 lanes until we break the statue, based on my understanding. So, drop mountain here. That's also good to know, because it means we probably should have actually redeployed the units that were here and tried to get them back. Last time, anyway.
I'll do my best.
Why did I do that? Oh, I might have messed myself over. Okay. Immediately after doing that, I disregarded the thought and accidentally did that again. Drop red to help Shaylin here. Mountain was strong enough to just... Oh wait, no, maybe we knocked the pillar over onto that bird thing. That could have been it too. I'm actually not sure.
今回だけは手を貸して差し上げますわ。
Target marked.
I'm not too worried about having healing on red. Fast redeploy operators come back so fast that most of the time it's just not
Their
an issue.
future is clear.
どんな夢が見られるかしら。
I'm worried about this wave here, but we're gonna drop Mountain in. Hopefully he'll start putting in some work. Mountain is a unit that I've been meaning to try and get eventually. This isn't good.
無礼者。
Okay, I'm really hoping that the AoE here pays off, otherwise we're gonna die.
Initiating healing process.
Oh, I'm gonna need to figure out an actually decent strategy for this stage. This is an emergency op, to be fair. So it's actually probably a really good thing that we insta-killed this thing earlier.
あなたたちの読み
We very clearly do not have the damage right now to deal with what's coming to us. Alright then. Oh my gosh.
せかさなどんな
That
夢
is
が見ら
rough.
れるかしら。
That is really rough. She's not
Go
ranged.
ahead.
Oops.
Go ahead.
Oh, they were sleeping. Never mind. And this is what I'm talking about, though. I lost 10 lives in an emergency op. We're just trying to get to the 5th floor, and it's not going great.
Correct. What a perfect
Lucky
calculation.
coin's nice. So the downside here is I can't get Neural because I don't have enough hope. My options here are go for Myrtle for DP generation or upgrading Mountain. Let's try upgrading Mountain. One of those things, when you're offered the chance to use a 6-star especially that you haven't used a whole lot, it's nice. This encounter... Okay. So White Flower, I think, randomizes every fight the cost of your units. And I think it's based off of, for example, like Mountains cost 9, Ansel cost 15. I think it could just swap it between it. It's not like they all just go to like 1 or something. Out of here, I think we'll go with Blade Dance. Blade Dance is my preferred one. It just every battle it really buffs up one operator. After that I go for Shadow, which increases the temporary recruitment ones which are for free. What is Mountain's third skill? Try it. That actually doesn't sound too bad. This particular stage, I think W actually, if this is the stage, yeah, W appears on this
The
stage.
battle has begun. Be careful, everyone.
What's nice here is I do have an upgraded Tolopsis, which means she'll hit that extra tile if I put her here. Trying to decide how I want to do this actually. Let's throw Iris
今
here,
回だけは手を貸して差し上げますわ。
and then we're gonna throw Shalem here. I think these guys activate if we hit this caster, so I want to make sure we're set up, and then I'll probably just drop Project Red on him.
Be killed. Do battle.
Although we might not get a choice.
Only plays have been
Drop that.
無礼者。
Understood.
May this
There we go.
end as swiftly as can be.
This lane looks like it's going to be a little sketchy to hold, but we'll figure something out, because I think 3 drop at one point. Do this. Won't hit here, but Mountain doesn't seem to be having an issue holding his lane. One thing I like to do is W will stop right here. If you drop a unit right here, it'll push her in the line of fire of someone here, and you're usually going to be holding something here. Kind of like this. So here she's not getting hit. If I do this, it pushes her in front of Mountain. I do find that strategy works really well. It doesn't work if you don't have enough melee units though.
今回追い払うべき相手ですの？
It's also unnecessary if you have enough range, but Mountain seems to be doing a really good job of DPSing. I'm really surprised. I knew the unit was supposed to be good, I just haven't had him before, so.
Orchid, ready to move.
But that's another big part of IS2 that's really fun, is you may not be able to use, you can use one support unit at the very start, but you can't subsequently. So if you really want to try out a unit, sometimes it just gives it to you. But yeah, we cannot let the boss leak, unfortunately, because of how many lives we lost. Luckily, we did get Rosa in time. So what I'm really hoping for, I think the boss can spawn here or here. If the boss spawns here, you can set Rosa here and just chunk him away before he does anything. If he spawns right here, we're in trouble. Pure and simple, if he spawns there, we're not gonna have a good time. It's also... Oh my gosh, that's not good. That's really bad. We're gonna try holding here. This is one of the bosses, though, that depending on the spawn, I think your strategy does have to drastically change. Unfortunately. Which, you know, it makes sense. It's a roguelike mode, but... The nice thing about Rosa is she does ignore defense, so even though this enemy's tanky, she'll tear through him relatively quickly. But we are gonna have to... trying to decide what I want to do here. Like I said, I really don't know the range of that. Have Red distract him.
Understood.
Yeah, he's gonna have a ton of units stunned at one time, which is a huge issue.
Initiating healing process.
But another thing that I actually think Gravel would probably be a little bit better than Project Red for this exact purpose, but just having a unit that you can airdrop on this thing and eat one of its attacks is actually really nice. The DP cost does go up. That's another reason Gravel's a little bit better for tanking shots, but Gravel also doesn't do very much damage. You can't sleep that enemy though, I did not know that. Mostly because I don't ever use Iris, and I actually do have a built Blemishine. I really like Blemmy, but Blemmy's another unit that I don't use very often in IS2. I really don't want to miss on Mountain. Boss is almost dead. Boss is dead. That's the threat from this fight. This is like, but you can see how differently the fight went when English. How differently the fight went when I had a reliable amount of units to deploy, as well as the ability to just use Rosa. I swear, she's such an underrated unit. I really like her. I would not be surprised if there's a better substitute for what I use her for, but I think she's really, really good at what she does. Alright, there they go.
Mission accomplished. We won? Thank goodness for that.
Medic or Sniper? Let's upgrade to Rosa. So I'm trying to think. So End of Times, I usually don't take because the goal is to not die. But given that we are just, for this run at least, trying to, and it also doesn't work on the bosses. Like, it does specifically say that. It could make sure we reach the 5th floor, because I'm literally planning on just reaching the 5th floor to get that 3rd conversation, and then dipping out. Because those conversations we're seeing, I'll show you after we finish this run. I actually skipped a few of the monthly ones just because I didn't do them because I was being lazy. And it caused me a lot of problems down the road just because you can still just look it up, granted, but I can't do it. This stage. Do I have the tankiness to survive this stage? I have an excellent amount of heals. I want to do this stage so that I can see what the emergency op is, because if I do this one, which would be easier, I'm absolutely tied into doing the emergency op. Or do this, but this could backfire. Because the problem is, the bottom stage requires tankiness because it's just a bunch of Sarkos chargers. This stage requires very high range presence because of these. There are some units that drop here. I think Mountain will be fine to take care of them.
Just as planned.
I forgot that Rosa would be attacking them first, if I'm being completely honest.
Target marked.
We'll use her skill for this thing because this thing does hurt. I don't think it will one-shot right now, but I'm still going to use it at the moment. Thankfully, this isn't an emergency op. If this was an emergency op, we'd actually probably already have gotten ourselves into trouble.
Ready to heal.
Do this. We'll probably drop Shalem up top to cover for Mountain. and Iris
今
here.
回だけは手を貸して差し
I
上げ
will
ます
say the problem with this strategy though is if any of those bombs go through, it will probably one-shot Iris and Orchid. But groups of 3 enemies come out here, and Mountain does only have 1 block. Yeah, let's make sure. I wasn't paying attention to the bomb. So you know what I was just saying? I was looking up here and deploying my stuff. The bomb went through, and it did one-shot those 2, so I was correct. Another thing you can do if you have... Oh, that's not gonna be good. It's good to know that Rosa won't die, but this operator's gonna die too. Never mind. I'm genuinely surprised about that one. But if you have an extra ranged unit that you can just throw out, you can just... That's getting through. Wait, unless...
Just as planned.
I really want to be greedy with these. These drones are tankier than the others. Rosa attacks the heaviest enemy, which is why she's attacking up here. It's actually kind of a problem. Because Orchid's about to die again. Oh no. Oh, what? That actually killed... Oh no. That's really bad. What we can do here, though, at least, is use Project Red and Melantha to stall out these bombs. And hopefully Iris can take care of the rest of them, because we're going to have a good chunk of time on the redeployment too. She does store up 3 attacks as a Blast Caster, so I think we're okay. And she still has her skill. That was a little bit sketchier than it needed to be, though, if I'm being 100% honest. Anyway.
I was very impressed by everyone's performance. It was fantastic.
I love how you win, though. All the operators give, like, really wholesome, like, motivational, yeah, we did it. Or they, like, mock the enemy. And when you lose, sometimes they just straight up, like, yell at you. Oh, no. Oh, we should have taken the End of Times artifact. That's really bad. That's really bad. So the stage that we just avoided, we now have an on an emergency op, and we still don't have very much tankiness. We have 1 defender, and they're not upgraded. And literally all this stage is chargers. Like these.
Nothing of their fates.
If we fail again, I'm honestly just going to switch over to doing the regular mode. I thought the first one went here.
Ooh, hope you're around, guys. Arch units charging.
This is gonna be sketchy. I need to know if the charger one-shot Shalem. It does not, but more buffed up ones come later. Let's get both healers on field. And worst comes to worst, the skill we have on Shalem right now does give him extra HP, but the issue is getting one shot. Because all it takes is our line breaking, and then we're just kind of in trouble. Alright, let's see if this one shots Mountain. A little close for comfort, admittedly. I'm actually genuinely really worried that we're gonna die for that. Oh no.
Understood. Program activating arch
Yeah,
unit.
2 chargers went through and 1 shot our defender. We are in trouble. If Orchid slows enemies, I do believe they do damage based on their movement speed when they land. That's not good. I should be using Rosa's skill a little bit more, because that'll hold them as well. But if you have slowing, like Chalter, S3 or something like that, it does actually help a lot. Not gonna stop me from dying here though, unfortunately. Anyway. That's really unlucky. But that's one of those things about IS2 that I was talking about, was we wanted to do that bottom stage because it would have let us see that this was the emergency op and avoid it, but because we went topside, we didn't have that choice. Anyways, now that we've embarrassingly lost twice, let's just do a regular run. I genuinely don't know how many runs it's going to take to even get the encounters for the 4th ending. I just have an idea of what the other endings require. Luckily for this though, we can go in with a really powerful start. I like doing this particular start like I was telling Egnerd a little bit earlier. I think starting with the Friend's Thorns, if this is the one I'm thinking it is. It's actually not. Level 80, pot 2 it looks like. You know, this should be fine. Start it with Ansel. And Orchid. This I think is a really powerful start. The only issue I've had with this start is it does take Thorns a while to ramp up. So certain stages have a lot of enemies that rush at you. We did get this stage though, this one isn't usually an issue. But Thorns is really nice because Thorns can single-handedly clear like the first 2.5 floors by himself. So we get to focus a little bit more on building the ideal team. But his skill's nice. The way it works is he attacks 15 times. He uses a skill, he basically gets this range, and this range does flesh out. In fact, yeah. That's what his attack range comes out, and then after he uses it a second time, it becomes permanent. Very, very powerful character. Thorns also has innate healing, which is also insanely broken. I would just say Thorns is one of the best all-around units. Which is crazy because he's in a niche as far as guards go that is still pretty competitive. Drop the reserve caster here. Did I not take Orchid? That just occurred to me. I said I was going to take Orchid and then I didn't. That's awkward. Because that is what I meant to do. But from this point on, basically the only thing we have to worry about is activating Thorn's skill a second time. Should be able to clear this stage. The first stage is almost never an issue. I have died on the first stage though before, because I really like to test fate and run the 3 random operators for, because you saw at the beginning we pick a squad. It's like this one, our guards and vanguards are instantly promoted. But a lot of times that's not the case. First of all, I think those squads are usually pretty strong. But you also get the opportunity to pick 3 starter vouchers. It's just in the monthly squad, we do start out with a selected 3 characters. But you can see it does take, because it's offensive recovery, it does take Thorns a long time to ramp up. He only got his full permanent buff on that second stage there. Not sorry, this. What am I even saying? At the very end of that stage.
It was fantastic.
Okay, well we get Orchid anyways. Supporters are another niche that I have Ling built, I have Sculptor built, and I have Orchid leveled to max, and that's about the only presence I have. I do think I need to raise operators so that I can have a bit more 4 and 5 star freedom. I will pay 2 ingots just to see what it gives me. Sniper medic, right, we'll take Tolopsis. Already we have a roster that should be able to go pretty far. That's nice. I am debating, so I don't think there's gonna be this does really hurt the bank invested. As you see, I do got a huge amount there, but I don't think the investment system you can save for later, obviously, and then withdraw it with an increasing cost. You do get unlockables by getting it to a certain amount, but I don't think I didn't see anything for updating past 500. But that's actually how you get arguably the strongest artifact in the game. The super meta collectibles for IS2 are actually the attack speed relics. So the coin operated toy, the chivalric commandments, and the golden chalice, which the chalice is the one you unlock with the investment system. Basically they give just an absurd amount of attack speed. So what ideally you do is you get like 2 of these, especially the chalice, and then you save up like 80 ingots over the course of a run, and then no matter what unit you use, it just kills everything. I would like to pull out for more of these, but as you can see, I'm at the point where I'm losing 32 to withdraw 1. It's not a good idea. Like, I would love to get like Myrtle here, but we're starting out with a lot of extra hope. I do think we need to go... See, here I really want to go Emergency Os, but I'm so certain... You know what? Let's look it up. I hate to do this. I'm not going to look up what the boss is, but IS2 4th ending. Just so I know what you need to do. Like I said, I'm not going to look up what the final ending is. I want it to be a surprise. Okay, obtain Dance of the Condemned by clearing Bound by Self. Accessible by choosing Get Closer and Eavesdrop in the Don't Disturb encounter. Obtain Act 1 by clearing Observation. Choose See What They're Writing in the Revenge story encounter. Okay. So it's actually only 2 encounters. That's really nice. Because ending, I think, 2... Again, if you don't have to disable the regen, but you probably should. It requires 3 encounters and it's a pain. But that does mean until we get the first of the 2 encounters, we probably need to go encounter hunting, which means we might miss out on a few extra combat ops, we might miss out on a few extra emergency op collectibles. That said,
Be careful, everyone.
we are in a pretty good position specifically because we just got 2 hope-based collectibles, so we're not going to be hurting for hope as much. Because that's usually a big part of the reason why you want to take as many fights as you can.
Target marked.
But we do need to get Thorns ramped up as soon as possible. Thorns is currently our only melee unit, which is actually a pretty big issue, because it means we only have 2 block on the field. Not 1 like Mountain, but is only 2. Luckily, that also means we're not stealing attacks from him, so he'll be able to build up permanent destroys up pretty fast. Another big issue with it, though, that I'm hoping won't be a huge issue is Crown Slayer does jump on this stage, like we were seeing, past the first unit that blocks him, which could be a problem. In fact, it could actually be a really big problem. That said, though, I do think if Crown Slayer goes through, it only takes 1 life away. And Crown Slayer does stop here for a while, so I think we'll be okay. But only time will tell. And you can just see Thorns are just such a powerful all-around unit, it's kind of crazy. It's why I keep telling myself I need to build Thorns, but then I just get lazy and take a friend's Thorns at the very start. Because E2 units takes a lot of resources. It's actually kind of wild. There's just Crown Slayer left. And we do have a healthy amount of life, assuming we don't run into... Oh wow. I always forget how squishy Crown Slayer is. This is why they made later bosses really, really powerful. You get like the Frost Nova fight, or the Tallulah stages, and they just murder everything instantly. Perfect. Free upgrade Neural Altar. I don't know if we have to fight Lucian. It was saying something about a... Oh, we're gonna be greedy. It was saying something about a 6th floor for this ending as well, which probably means we still fight Lucian. Deployment limit. We can deploy more units right now, I think, than we have squad space for. I'm gonna go bottom path. And I hope that's nice. Means we can recruit a 6-star unit. I have no idea what this encounter is, but I'm going to be really disappointed if we don't find it, because we actually have a really strong starting squad. It's this one? Okay.
Upon changing armaments, my combat...
The goal here is absolutely going to be to knock over that pillar instantly.
All right.
Have to see how it goes.
All medicine has been prepared.
Oh, it changes the formation. That's interesting. Trying to think about the best way to do this.
Awaiting only your orders.
The problem with doing things that way is I would like Neural to be able to be put in a position where her S3 drops a blade in front of her, and she can't do that on that tile. I would really like to make that possible, but the only way to do that would be to deploy her here.
Awaiting only your orders.
We'll go for it. I think Thorns will be okay to hold until then, but we'll have to see. We have to last 45 seconds, basically. Oh, that thing is not taking damage. That's concerning. Because I don't know when these move.
Just as planned.
These new stages are tough. I mean, IS2's been out for a good chunk of time. I don't know when IS3 comes out. And drop no, she only blocks one unit, but the sword. Oh my gosh, we're gonna die.
Awaiting only long night 2 shall now end.
Did we just die? No, but that was really, really close. That was really close. Oh my gosh.
Please hold on.
And that would be why emergency operations are dangerous. Because I think if this was the normal version of the stage, we'd probably be fine, in all honesty.
Yes, even light in view.
We cannot let this thing turn into... Oh no. Oh, never mind, we're fine. I, for some reason, thought it would still be pretty tanky. Yeah, we almost died there. We did also give a bunch of life up for, like... what's it called? The, proof of friendship. Soul Contract Sharp Blade. Increase the attack for each. That's actually really good. I think that might have been the one we got earlier. Buff for the next stage. We're gonna grab another guard. Here it's... Actually, I'm thinking Lapland or Silence could be really helpful. It was either Lapland or Surtur. I wanted to go to the shop, but we need to find this encounter. That's not it. Actually grab Flowers of Hand. This is a huge issue I've run into, though, when doing certain endings. Is sometimes the game just straight up does not give you... The, Lapland's voice actor is actually really good. I wonder what to do for her Ian voice actor. I was curious if she had one, but like I was saying, it looks like it defaulted everything to Ian if they have an Ian voice actor. It's kind of ironic that we picked up Lapland saying the silence might be nice, and then we immediately got a stage where the silence is really nice. She silences these bugs, otherwise they explode and they actually really hurt. Kind of like that, and that does do a lot of damage. I'm gonna hold off on deploying Neural until we can build up Distraza version 2. But this run is already turning into Garden Knights. Dang, I'm a little bit... I feel a little bit sad though. Because usually I do win most of my IS2 runs, but between the new stages and the monthly contract just dumpstering me, I'm losing my confidence very fast. I have actually not lost this many IS2 runs in a long time, and we've lost every run we've done so far. And this run we are hanging on by a thread.
Archie charging.
Orchid, ready to move.
This bomb's gonna probably one-shot whatever we put down. Let's actually do this.
Please hold on.
Switch over to the Resolve Operator once this bomb goes through. I think it's the only one that drops for this stage. This guy's pretty beefy, but Neural does true damage if they're being blocked by the sword she drops. So, not super worried. And in all honesty, these two can take care of any drones. We don't even need ranged units. And drop the sword down. I mean, look at how much damage that does. I really like Neural. I hadn't actually... I think I got Neural ulted before I got the original Neural, which is pretty funny. I do have her now, but...
Awaiting an even better tomorrow.
Alright. It's Garden Knights. This stage is actually... I actually think this is one of the easiest ones you can get, so I will take it. We need more ranged presence, for sure, and we need the encounters. The problem is, what really has me worried here is I don't know if it's like, because I want to say the second and the third endings, or maybe just one of them. You do actually have to get your encounters before the third floor boss. Because like I was saying, for the third ending, you have to take a specific collectible after the third floor boss fight, which you can't do if you didn't do the first encounter, which is the Mantle of the Wrongly Condemned one. But Surtur is basically... She does a lot of damage. Basically, use her third skill, and she just starts doing a ton of damage. Her health drains, but her passive effect is she stays alive for 8 seconds after dying. So you can just drop her in and have her kill most things. And on this stage, that's the only enemy that goes down this path, so now we just hold here.
Hindrance shall be no more.
Are we abusing Garden Knights a little bit here? Yeah, it's fine. I will say, if we do end up just fighting Phantom, I want to get at least one completed run, so I feel like a little bit less of a failure for losing the last 3. But if we do have to fight Lucian, I would say if we get Myrtle and Rosa, we're fine. We could literally win with just those two, beyond what we have.
Please hold on.
Yeah, look at that. We can deploy 3 more units than we have squad space for. That never happens. Just kinda how the chips fell this time. You can do some scary things with Surtur though, because she does have health drain. I think it maxes out at 20% per second after 60 seconds. But she gets a huge chunk of max HP when using the skill, huge number of stats. So if you have like 3 healers, you can just keep Surtur alive. It's actually really funny. The reason I like, I will say, the reason I like using Neural Alter for Lucian though over like Surtur or Thorns is because Neural Alter drops the sword and Lucian does the same thing as Crown Slayer, where he'll hop over one enemy. And so the sword counts as one of those. I think it's just a little bit safer, but you could also arguably just, you know, drop another unit. Which is also sometimes what I do. I never take that, but I'm so sad about how many times we've lost. But we need to maximize encounters. Like, I would really love to go top path. Top path is much higher value here because we get combat, emergency opt, downtime wreck is pretty bad, and then one of these two versus just a few regular combat ops. But we need the encounter. This is not the encounter, but this does this is one of the stages that you just hop in and it gives you a collectible if you beat it. There's a few of them. There's like Knight's Duel. There's this one. This one's a little bit obnoxious, but I don't think it'll probably be an issue. What's annoying about this stage is this guy, but we have Surtur. And Neural Alter. In fact, what I'll probably do is just wait until I have, is that 54 DP? And then I'm going to drop Neural Alter, Surtur, and Telopsis right here. And just murder him. And then afterwards we'll have like Lapland and Thorns hold that side. Okay. Slow it down.
Hindrance shall be no more.
Arch unit charging.
We don't want to use Twilight, I think, until the second phase, just in case. I probably shouldn't have deployed Telopsis last, because they're attacking Telopsis first, but it's fine. Wow, we didn't even need Twilight. Anyway, that was probably overkill.
Programs initializing.
Yes,
I mean, it worked, but it was probably overkill. We'll just drop in Project Red here, though. I'm not worried about keeping the DP here. It's mostly just to harass these enemies. These hammer guys, I think if they hit twice in a row, do stun. But I think we're okay. You know, I take it back. I take it back. We're not okay. Did they buff IS2? I have End of Times, though. We're good. I am really glad that I took End of Times, though. Go figure. I never take this collectible, ever. This stage is actually not very good for us right now. I am actually really sad, though. I went into this stream thinking pretty confident. Like, I usually win my IS2 runs, and it definitely does not seem that way. Thorns. This is actually a point where Thorns' self-regen comes in handy. Like, look at that. I'll actually drop Lapland here. She'll silence these bugs. Usually I actually drop Project Red and just stop these bugs here once she's dealt with these two sides, but we'll have to see. The emergency op at this stage is actually really annoying. Just pop that. The first pop of Thorns' S3 I actually usually just use immediately because it means that you can get the permanent one a little bit faster. That said, though, the timing doesn't always coincide well. Like, I have actually messed myself over doing that. Looks like Project Red even upgraded. And I think it is usually the case. She's just strong enough to deal with that. Actually drop another healer. Telopsis should be enough alone, but I'd rather not run any risks. Oh, Lapland didn't attack that bug. That's awkward. Because Lapland's attacks do just straight up silence for 7 seconds, which is why those bugs usually shouldn't explode. But because of where they're going up, I think Thorns is killing them before Lapland's hitting them. That's really obnoxious. I didn't want to do this, but I probably actually should have used Surtur for that.
Initiate hidden mode enabled.
Yeah, we should be good from here on out. We'll have to see though.
Please hold on.
I would say you do get a little bit more squad space as you level up, but it feels really bad actually wasting so much potential strength. Oh, I thought that bug exploded and killed Ansel again. I was gonna say, that's really awkward. There we go. Not too bad. Yeah, what is this encounter?
I was very impressed by everyone's performance.
We know
It was
now it
fantastic.
definitely is an encounter you have to run into, but just be safe, we'll grab Wandering Medic. The Duck Lord, we'll take it. Oh, it's not Duck Lord, is it? No, it is. Okay, I'm an idiot. I was like, wait, is it not? Basically, this is a stage. I think you can actually get this stage really early, to be honest.
Hunting.
There's different versions of this stage, granted. Oh no, it is the bear.
Hindrance shall be no more.
This guy can be blocked on like the duck, but he really hurts.
悪くない場所だ。
I'm debating if I want to deploy Thorns here, or I think we actually do Telopsis here.
Arch unit charging.
Because Surtur gains range, so the idea is once the bear gets right here, we drop both of these skills and just kill the bear. In theory. Thorns won't be hitting it, it's fine. Wait a second, do this, and this.
Loading complete.
But you can see the bear really hurts. Doesn't attack very fast, but it really hurts. Next thing to drop red in to take a hit. And there we go. Bear is done. Debating where to put Lapland, actually. I don't want to block the space in front of Neural Altar because our swords are actually really high utility. We'll just let Surtur go down, actually. We'll drop Lapland where Surtur is. But you can see how much damage she does when she's in skill. And it's surprisingly not that hard to keep her alive, in all honesty, with the health train. I usually don't build for that, but if that's what you want to go with, it's actually not that hard.
Please hold on.
Awaiting all hope's done. Bow to me.
Oh, Guard Knights. There are definitely really broken units that aren't guards, don't get me wrong. I probably wouldn't use that. But they're pretty strong on average. Now we're getting a bunch of medics. This might be a decent time, actually. You know what? I don't run Kautsit very often. And we really need a ranged presence because we have almost no effective range. But because of our deployment limit versus squad space thing we've got going on right now, I don't like this one. Just not a big fan of that one and the one where you lose 1 life. Kautsit might not be bad. She's technically a medic, but she only heals herself in monster like 90% of the time. I just realized we got a stage with drones and we have no... Oh, why am I bad at this game? We might be in trouble. You'll see why in a sec. Not because, ironically, not because of the boss that shows up on this stage, but because of the drones. I don't think this will one-shot Telopsis. Yeah, we're good. So usually we're going to run in here, and I'm actually going to try doing this. There's a couple of drones that come through here. They launch the big bombs, and then they kind of just mess off. Unfortunately, we didn't bring like any ranged units. Not that we had like 1. So this could be a little bit sketchy.
Program.
Just do this preemptively. Maybe unnecessary.
Hindrance shall be no
We're
more.
actually gonna do this.
モンスター私に続
And
け
this. And okay, so the drone. I could have used destroy.
そうすればお互い手間が省ける。
It's okay. We do get one temporary life point,
Awaiting only hope stone. Back.
and that's why I wasn't concerned about the boss.
行くよ
I'm just gonna leave these two here. What I am concerned about though is we're not building up Thorns' skill, and we do get another drum that comes through. Oh wait, that's gonna kill a lot. That's not good.
君たちが敵
We'll probably be okay, but here's where you'll see
手
it.
加減なしで頼むよ僕に退屈させないで
Alright, I don't know if Lapland and Thorns can stop this drone. They didn't stop the last one, but I think the last one was more durable. Never mind.
あと少し
Okay, we're good. We're cutting it a little bit close. Definitely not been the cleanest run, but this stream in general I do not think I've played well.
僕を助け
I
て
promise
くれるよ
I'm usually better than this at IS2. It might not look like it, but I'm usually okay. The issue here is I want to upgrade Project Red, but then we won't be able to get Rosa if it pops up. We'll probably be okay. I have an idea this is a run that will actually... Oh! An additional choice in recruitment vouchers. That's a new... That's actually really, really nice. But that is a new collectible. So I think we probably missed a solitary. Costs less to upgrade by 1, but it costs more. So 6-star operators like Rosa cost 6 hope to recruit. We need to go to that rogue trader. I think at this point we've probably missed the boat on getting the 3rd ending, unfortunately.
I'll do my best to support everyone
But that's just something that I was kind of expecting. I'm pretty sure you're probably gonna have to get it in the first 3 floors, if I had to guess. I would be very surprised if that
Fear
wasn't the
neither
case, because that's
hardship nor
generally
darkness.
how things go in the other 2 endings. Here. We're gonna have to be a little careful though, because I don't have just a traditional defender. So what I think I'm gonna do here actually is deploy
指定の
monster
座標に到着
to block these. But this one we have a bunch of regular units, we have the chargers here, and we have stealth units.
Target marked
The problem with Calcid and Monster is Calcid will prioritize healing herself and Monster if either of them have any damage taken. Meaning as a result, a lot of the time, she doesn't heal anyone else.
悪くない位置取りだね
That said though, this stage isn't usually too bad. Even on emergency op actually, this is one of the ones I don't mind seeing. We probably could have taken out Surtur for a ranged unit here, but... Well, okay. Now the Destroy is built up, we'll drop no altar.
Hindrance shall be no more.
I guess it doesn't hurt to deploy
Rescue
another
Team
medic.
Mulberry in position
Now I think about it, we didn't need to put Mulberry in for this fight
ほら
either.
頑張れもうちょっとで僕に勝てるかもしれないよ
But if we're destroying one of these in decent time, we're fine. Don't even need to use their skill. The primary issue comes in later on when 3 of those guys come, or maybe it's 2. These stealth guys shouldn't be too tough. A lot of times I'll heli drop Project Red on these units if I'm not strong enough. But we have an insane ground damage presence with our guards right now. We just don't have any aerial defense. In fact, let's do this one.
もう逃げ場ない
There's just a little extra nice burst of damage. This is again why, not just because she's one of my favorite characters, I'm really looking forward to seeing Texas Altar here in like
Yes,
4
give them
months.
light and beauty.
Because Texas Altar is going to be insane for heli dropping.
お前の死を移す
Uh-oh. Wait a second. Okay, we're good. That's a little bit sketchy. We're gonna pop Surtur skill right now. Just how we deal with these. She doesn't actually have a healer on her, but the health drain isn't too bad at first, and none of these will stop on her. Those chargers can only block, I think, if you have like 3 or more block. Maybe it's 2. I want to say it's 3 though. And then the Spectre, like, green goggle
There will
enemies
come a
can't
day
be
when we
blocked.
clear the mist of hardship and darkness, awaiting first light's rays,
This is new.
awaiting
I'm actually
an even
surprised
better
at
tomorrow.
how often we're seeing the new collectibles, because usually it takes a while to find all of them. Text me to medic and snipers for each medic and sniper. That's really good. X command XP. Okay, we did get a sniper voucher. I know I said what we did. I'm actually gonna grab Myrtle here for DP generation. Let's go to the rogue trader. It's not bad, but not useful. This is completely useless with the squad we have. It's not super helpful. I'm gonna buy that just in case. Could be okay. I wish we had an attack speed relic or something to make a little bit more use of that.
There's a mission? I wanna go!
What is the caster we have? I've already forgotten. I think it's just the temporary one, right? Yeah. That's not useful, that's not useful, that's not useful. We could promote Mulberry, but I'm not going to. That's not useful. I'm actually just going to invest however much I can back in here because we use so much. Nice. Night of Ritual. This one shouldn't be too bad. I am really concerned though for the last stage because it looks like we're fighting Lucian and we're going to need 7 hope to recruit Rosa and then we're going to need a sniper voucher. And I know I keep harping on that, but I really don't have another way to deal with the puppets. Like most of the time I don't have that option available to me to use Rosa for the puppets. I lose. It's one of those issues. It's like I think to be really good at Arknights you should be flexible. I don't have another win con for that. I've tried a few things and it just doesn't seem to work well for me. Hopefully Calcid and Monster can take care of this. Ow. We can actually just drop Project Red down. A good number of enemies will eventually drop on the bottom here. But I think it'll be fine. Worst comes to worst, we'll drop like Lapland or Surtur in addition to Project Red to help out there. Because the top lane should be fine. Eventually enemies will come from both ends that will stun a unit. And that will be pretty annoying. But we'll deal with that when it gets there. Because Project Red can instantly stun one of them. Leaving the issue to be the other one. Which we'll probably just drop Surtur on. We're doing this. Oh, this is good.
Initiate hidden mode enabled.
That was a little bit sketchy. Okay, I didn't think this was gonna go this poorly. I genuinely do wonder if they've buffed integrated strategies. So I wasn't gonna heli drop. Yeah, that's gonna kill my healer. It's fine.
Nice. We're counting on you again today, little
Bow to me.
Yeah, we should be good. Oh! Unfortunately, we did get Duck Lord. I don't think we can actually kill Duck Lord. Because we did just use Neural Alter skill. That would have been... That's pretty important for that. If you don't mess with the Duck Lord, though, the Duck Lord doesn't run very fast. But the only operator we're going to have up by the time he gets over here is Project Red. I am hoping we can stall out long enough to get Neural's skill, though. And that might be enough. Actually... Come on.
May the light in you.
Okay, we might have it. Never mind. Oh, this has been such a scuffed Arknight stream, I swear. That's good. Give me a sniper voucher, please. Safe house, that's nice. That's not what I was hoping for. I'm just gonna take a free Cardigan here. I do think Spot is supposed to be better than Scardigan for this mode. I just prefer Cardigan because, like I was saying, I think she's a little bit more self-tanky. I can't give up hope here. I was actually hoping to gamble away some ingots. Oh boy. We are in a really bad spot. So I'm not worried about dealing with Lucian, the final boss. I'm worried about killing the puppets. I'm trying to think who I can swap out here. Surprisingly, I think we actually swap out Myrtle. I know that's our DP generation,
To support everyone.
but I think we really need everyone else here. So, what I do on this stage is I let the boss spawns here, goes around. I let him break this barrier. I don't think it's actually like the most optimal thing to do. But what I usually do is I stick Rosa right here and she deals with these puppets before they get anywhere. That's not an option that's going to be presented to us this game. Unfortunately, which is a big problem because we only have 3 lives. If Lucian gets through, Lucian actually does 30 damage. But if Lucian gets through...
Shall be no more.
I mean, like I said, I don't think Lucian's really the first issue on my mind right now. Luckily, Lapland will silence these crates if she attacks them, so they won't actually cause us any huge issues. And we can just heli drop it. I have no idea what we're gonna do about these puppets. This is actually gonna be such a problem.
Rescue. Archunit charging.
I'd like healing for Neural,
Waiting
but
only for Long Night 2 shall now
we
end.
need to keep Mulberry alive if these puppets are gonna go through. Like, it's not really an option. Because Mulberry's gonna heal that effect, and if that effect goes through, it's gonna be bad. As we keep heli dropping red. But I could actually do, I have an idea. Let's drop Monster here. We'll drop Surtur behind. And the idea there is that we might actually be able to do a fairly hefty amount of damage to Lucian before he even gets here. That's one enemy. Oh! I didn't even realize an enemy went through.
Initiating healing process.
There's Lucian. This actually isn't going as bad as I thought it was. I thought I would be, I would have lost by now. If I'm being 100% honest. Alright, drop Surtur's skill. Yeah, Surtur's not doing an insane amount of damage right now, but it's functional. You can see it's annoying because Lucian stuns her and now he's behind her. Which is a problem. I'm gonna drop red here. That way we force the sword to drop above her. If she can't kill Lucian here, we lose. Oh no. That's not good. Oh, that's really bad. Oh gosh, because he's gonna break this barrier. And now puppets are gonna go down here. What we might have to do is deploy Monster. If Monster's not in Kautz's range, A, she won't heal him, and B, it has like 0 resistance, but because he broke that barrier, puppets are gonna come through the bottom.
Long Night 2 shall now end.
This is not going well. Oh no. Colossus went down.
It's dangerous to get distracted.
Alright, we'll just come out of this. I guess actually... It is going to take an actual miracle for us to win this run. Because I think Lucian just got through. Yep. That's really upsetting. So unironically, if we had gotten Rosa in that last 3 option voucher, we would have won. Because we had to deal with the puppets, which was distracting our main force. Dang, that's 4 losses in a row though. We're not doing so well. Clear an entire floor while hallucinating. I have no idea what that means. Unless that's just referring to one of the debuffs. I don't remember the names of the debuffs. We are getting some rewards here, which is nice. But this is generally a good part of the IS2 experience. I know it's a boring start, but we're going to keep doing this. The same start we did with Thorns. Until we get to the 4th ending. I at least want to see the 4th ending. Oh, this is a more powerful Thorns. This is the one I usually borrow. But I at least want to see the last ending. Let me double check what the name of the encounter is. I'll be able to tell probably just because it'll be an encounter I've never seen before. But just to make sure. It's called Dance of the Condemned. That's the collectible. by clearing Bound by Self, choose Get Closer and Eavesdrop, and then Don't Disturb them encounter. But it goes back to the issue I was talking about in that because we have to find these encounters, like last run we just straight up didn't find the encounter, it makes it really difficult. Because for example, just at a quick glance, I want to do this emergency op because I want collectibles to get stronger. But I feel like I need to go bottom path to get 2 encounters. Because now that there's extra endings too, it was already hard enough sometimes to get your endings when you had like the second ending and the third ending encounters sprinkled in there. Now that there's a 4th ending that requires a specific encounter, it feels even harder to me to get the correct encounters for the 4th ending, because we just straight up didn't see it, and I felt like we ran into a good number of encounters.
Ready to heal.
That said though, we got the exact same starting stage, although this time we have Orchid instead of the Reserve Caster. Still should not be an issue. But overall, part of IS2 is eventually getting lucky. There are people I know, like when I was eventually looking up, just like because I was curious, once I was doing hard mode clears, because hard mode clears are really hard, or I don't think it's called, I mean you have Castle Sightseeing is the easiest difficulty. We're doing, I think it's Formal Investigation, and there's a 3rd one. When I was first trying out the hardest one, it was really hard. I looked up some advice, and I know people are saying, generally speaking, on normal difficulty, you should be able to win every run. Which is ironic, because I think my overall win rate for the, like, 30 runs I did prior to the stream, I think I lost, like, 3 times. And we've lost 4 times in a row. But I will go back to the whole, like, because of the operators that I don't have, i.e. I don't have strong casters, and I'm really reliant on Rosa for the Lucian fight, it does cause me some issues. Because I end up in a position where if I don't get some specific operators, I do usually just lose. This would have been the opportunity. I'm going to grab Cruz. It's free anti-air sniper. But yeah, like I was saying, we're going to go on counter hunting to make sure we can get it. Now we would have been able to get a sniper. Unfortunate. There's Mantle of the Wrongly Condemned. I'm not taking that. Unless I get really bored, because I might do another Arknights, a few Arknight streams here since this isn't going well. Do I want the squad space? We obviously can't make use of the squad space now, but this is actually the best squad limits upgrade you can get. Pretty much. And I'm gonna grab Telopsis. Not a terrible start overall. I've had significantly worse starts imagined. I think that just buffs enemies. Yep. But again, I'd love the safe house. My ideal path here would be combat op, safe house, emergency op. But we haven't gotten the encounter we need for our ending. In fact, what I might do, because I would assume, don't disturb an encounter. I really want to know if you have to get this encounter in the first 3 floors, because it doesn't seem like that might not actually be a requirement for this ending. But like, for example, I'm just looking at the endings page. It doesn't tell you what the stage is. But for example, Worn Out Puppet, like I was saying, because you have to get... Well, actually, no, I'm pretty sure Worn Out Puppet does only show up in the first couple floors, but I'm not sure. I think you can get it on the 3rd as well. But the Mantle of the Wrongly Condemned requires you to get stand-in actor, is what it's called, from the 3rd boss fight. So you have to get Mantle of the Wrongly Condemned before the 3rd floor ends. So what we might start doing is just restarting with this same Thorn start and hoping we get lucky. Until we get the encounter we're looking for.
Used to assemble package build.
Let me see some Dance of the Contempt. Act 1 is repaired, obtained. Yep. This stage actually could be a little bit rough. I think we'll be okay. Simply because we only have, again, 2 block on Thorns. And then the units that kind of sit here are a little bit dangerous. So let's throw Orchid over here so she can start picking on him.
Orchid, ready to move.
Actually, should have turned her this way so she'd only hit this enemy. I don't mind. I didn't know Cruz had an English voice actor. I don't mind her English voice actor, but I actually really like the Crocodile.
There you are.
Yeah, it just tells me that's what the encounter is. It doesn't tell me how you get it.
Please hold on.
I'm 100% certain it's just random, but it's such a new ending for EN. I mean, I know it's existed on the CN server for some time.
I already have enough work to deal with.
You poor Orchid. But it's already been out on CN for a good amount of time. I just don't know what it is we need. So this enemy's rough because it can only be damaged. Once that red aura goes up, it can only be attacked by the enemy, or I guess our unit. It's an enemy for them, blocking them, and it reduces their defense, I believe. So you can't just like stall them with the defender. You usually need something. Well, you can stall them with the defender. It just takes a really long time to kill him. I'm actually really curious. I don't use Texas and integrated strategies very often. Once we get through this... Oh, we got the bear.
Go ahead. Stop them now.
I might actually hop out and see for a few specific characters because I was curious. Like, if Neuro has an English voice actor, you'd imagine Blemishine probably does. But at the same time, Blemishine came out much, like a long time after Neuro did. So we'll have to see.
There you are.
Nice. Free collectible. But I'd have to... This is research I probably should have done before the stream,
by
but
everyone's performance.
as far as when... Oh, that's a new one. That's really nice. So we had Flowers of Kinda in a previous run, which recovers like 10 HP per second. There is a version of that that I believe recovers 1 max HP per second, but that potentially even negates the need for a healer. But we already have a good healer. I really like Lapland. Almia isn't bad either. I'm gonna save the hope. And I'm actually gonna grab Midnight. Another Lord that kind of blocks a lot of damage. But I feel so bad missing out on these two things, but we need to find the encounter. That's it. I'm really glad we did. Counter special battle. So again, I'm not 100% certain, but I would imagine we do this, and then I would imagine you probably have to look for the last encounter, because there's only 2 for this ending, on the 4th or 5th floor. So, okay, that's an interesting looking stage. I will say, if you got this encounter first floor, it might actually be really difficult, because you'd only have like 3 or 4 units. So maybe what I should have done
Be careful, everyone.
is just go really, really hard on... I'm just thinking about strategies for future runs. But maybe what I should have done is go really, really hard on fights the first floor, i.e. take the emergency op that we skipped. And then, you know, after that, gone for it. I also think I mispositioned Midnight here. I should put him 1 tile back so the Thorns' range attacks would also hit there.
I won't sleep on the job. Here I am.
I can't pin down what accent Cruz has, actually, to be honest. I know Syracuse, which is where Texas and Lapland are from, is actually based on Italy. I believe Chen and Hoshiguma's area is based on China. What else is there? Victoria, which is where Siege is from, I believe is based on... Is it Britain? Or is it England? I can never tell. I'm a bit uncultured. Cast a prisoner. Wait. Increase the attack speed of all enemies on the field when present. When imprisoned, does not attack. Has increased defense after being freed. Okay, that makes me think it's a two-phase attacker. I don't know when these guys go out.
Just as planned.
I'm not worried about enemies getting through Thorns. I'm worried about them getting through Midnight. Let's just throw our ranged units here. I would assume we're okay, because we do have 11 lives. But ideally, we wouldn't lose all of them, because we've been leaking lives on really random stages and dying. So, we'll see. Oh, there's multiple, so maybe that's not the boss. I thought that was the boss. If there's 2 of them, though, then it could still technically be a mini-boss. But... luckily, Thorns is putting in work here. Honestly, though, with how rough this stage is looking to be, it does feel like you need a strong start. Because you're fighting this encounter on the 2nd floor, and you're not strong, you're gonna have a bad time. You're gonna have a really bad time. Oh wow, those things are not very tanky. I think I misunderstood what it said that encounter was. But here, we're going to take every combat and emergency fight we can until the 4th floor, and we'll go encounter hunting again to get the other ending. Or the other encounter, sorry. That's the one we were talking about. We're going to grab Neural Altar here. A free Cutter wouldn't be bad. Cutter's actually one of the 4-star units I've been meaning to build. But we need power ASAP, because we're going to be taking every combat op we can on the next floor. And here. This will give us a free collectible. It's beast taming. Not actually. Ow! I just got my leg stuck in my desk. I have to, because I got a mic stand for my mic, but I can't get it to attach to my desk in a way I want. So I still have my mic set on my desk. So I scoot really close to my desk and my phone for my model,
Listen,
and it doesn't always go so well.
Stay calm.
I will say they did a good job with Bruce's English voice actor. Just kind of that lackadaisical, like, relaxed like, outlook on everything, really, to be honest. This thing kind of hurts, but... This is actually a regular stage you can get to, funnily enough. These guys do hurt, but we're just going to drop the sword as soon as it shows up. It might not be up in time for the second one, but I don't think it'll be a huge issue. Have crew start chipping them down. And we're actually going to put in a second healer here, just to make sure our core units here don't die, i.e. Thorns and Neural Altar.
Here I am.
Yeah, Neural skill isn't back up yet. That's not good.
Activating arch unit.
That thing didn't do as much damage as I thought it might. Colossus' skill is actually pretty insane though. It takes a huge amount of energy to use. I don't know what it's called in Arknights, actually, now I think about it, but it takes a huge amount of time after you've used it. But during the time our skill's up, nothing's gonna die. Like, you're gonna be okay.
Take aim.
Once he gets past Cruise, we're gonna drop Cruise for Orchid.
Slow.
Just as planned.
And hopefully we can beat it, because if we beat the bear here, we actually get 2 collectibles. And like I was saying, we need to collect as much power as we can. I did that early.
Awaiting your fire.
Awaiting only your grasp, bright power.
Yeah, we're good.
So as to sweep all
Especially early on,
wrongdoing.
Neural is insanely strong for taking out big enemies. Alright. Let's see what we get. You want to give me Golden Chalice? Please? Golden Chalice? That's not bad, actually. That negates part of the need to get Myrtle. It is bad that we're getting sniper vouchers, though, when we don't have hope, because it makes it less likely that we get what we need. To be honest, I'm not really sold on any of these. I'm just gonna take this one. Ugh. Voucher luck always makes me really nervous in this game, though. Offensive and defensive recovery, that's not bad. That gets Thorns Distrays a little bit faster. Alright, where can we go for the most combat ops? We want the emergency op, we want the safe house. We're gonna go bot path. I think there's one more combat op. There's 3 versus 2. There's one more combat op if we go top path. But the emergency op's probably worth it. Free hope is nice. Another free fight, I'll take it. These encounters are actually really nice. They're sometimes a little difficult, but we just got 30 starting DP, so we basically are guaranteed to start without any issues on
Fear
that.
neither hardship nor darkness.
Drop this,
Arch
drop
unit
this.
charging.
This encounter is a little sketchy, just because at the start a lot of times you're not gonna have a great time. But because of the setup we have, I'm not really worried. Yeah. Oh, that was not hard.
I won't sleep on the job. Here I am. Mission accomplished.
Nice, nice. I'll take it.
I was very impressed by everyone's performance.
Alright, give me a sniper voucher now. Fair enough. Well, I know I just said we don't need Myrtle, but I'm not going to turn my nose up at Myrtle, because Myrtle generates an absurd amount of DP. This stage, how many
Here's a
melee units do I
mission.
have? 1,
I wanna
2,
go.
3, 4 melee units. This stage could be a little interesting. Thankfully, this isn't the emergency op stage. But it shouldn't be too bad.
All right. All medicine has been
Drop
prepared.
Thorns here. Drop Midnight here.
Please make sure you follow every detail
Myrtle
on the
here.
plan. All right, everyone. Now spread out.
The thing that I'm gonna do here is drop Neural Altar
shall
here,
lead
and the
the
open
assault.
space will be the center. Logic being, when Neuro's skill is up, she'll be able to attack here,
Try to get along.
and when Destray is up, he'll be able to cover this lane. We're gonna drop some units to cover
I'm listening.
Myrtle, because Myrtle's lane is gonna be, the left side might be a little bit sketchy holding later on, because Myrtle can only block one unit, and Midnight isn't nearly as strong as this side. But we're gonna cover that plot hole with this and this.
Here I am.
We are at our deployment limit. I'm not too worried about healing though, because all of our units recover 2 HP per second with that one artifact. That was actually a really good pull. I do need some actual like DPS collectibles though for sure. You know, I know you can get the Duck Lord and the Bear on this stage, but it doesn't happen very often. That's one thing that, like, because I still haven't memorized, even after the hours and hours I've played of IS2, I haven't memorized the count on so many of these stages. Because you can usually tell.
Please make sure you follow
Yes, based
every
on that.
detail on the plan. All right, everyone.
But,
now spread out.
this stage is really obnoxious, because the Duck Lord just runs in a big zigzag. So he's not constantly in range of, like, one big DPS unit. But this is actually going really well. The ending could be a little bit sketchy, but I don't anticipate losing any lives. We're in a good position, but we're not at a position where I'd say, okay, without having seen the final stage, I could win it. In fact, I'm pretty sure we're going to get to the final stage and die. I'm really hoping it's not a super complicated fight. The first time I fought the third ending, I had no idea what was going on. You have to fight a bunch of puppets, which does damage to the boss, and if you don't kill the puppets, the boss doesn't take damage. And I was really confused the first time I did it. Nice. Of course, if I really wanted to be super safe, I could try and stockpile like 40 life and then just let the final boss leak. Because you would assume it's probably also 30 lives, which would be funny. Not ideal. I'm thinking here, so we could upgrade to Lopsis. We could take Surtur. Maybe Lapland. I'm gonna upgrade to Lopsis here. I know we said Medic isn't super necessary right now, and it's not. But I'm gonna go with that. Hope our squad size limit. The problem with increasing squad size is we already have several operators in here that we're not gonna keep in the long term. And our deployment limit isn't super high. I know we talked about the life stockpiling. I'm actually just gonna take the Hope. Because once you start recruiting 6-star operators, the Hope does catch up with you really fast. This one isn't so bad. I will say, despite having Myrtle, the starting 30 DP was a really nice pull. There's like a plus 10 and a plus
All right. All medicine has been prepared.
something higher than that, but still really nice. This treasure chest I never try to protect. I just straight up don't bother. It's not that it wouldn't be nice. It's that I just don't think it's worth it to invest for that. It's easier. It's so much easier to do this stage when you don't worry about it. Crew should kill this puppet in pretty decent timing. I don't think the reserve operator will kill this one though. What I might do is drop Midnight here. The puppet will attack Midnight here,
Initiating healing
but
process.
it's okay. I'm just hoping to chip it down a little bit. Just so that it's less of a problem later. Like I said, the goal isn't really to have it die, it's just to make sure it's not going to come at a really bad time. These guys do a lot of damage. Not looking forward to that. I forgot. We could have had Distrays active that entire time, that's awkward. Midnight is, yeah, I was gonna say about to die. Let's throw up a second healer.
Hold on.
Yes.
And I'm actually gonna drop that specifically so that the puppet attacks the sword. Sometimes the sword drops, so usually it default drops in front of her. If anything's blocking, being blocked by her, like the enemy that was behind her, it drops it there. And it does sometimes make for very strange spots. That's it though, we're fine. Stage is cleared. But there's so many things that could be good right now.
Awaiting only the craft.
Any attack buff though, any DPS buff, which can come in a number of ways, like auto generation skills coming faster is some collectibles you can get. That would be really nice for Neural. We already have one that lets 18 ingots, that's not bad. Hopefully we'll get a shop that we can make use of. That's what we were looking for. I didn't check what 3rd floor boss we have here actually. Ah, hello old friend. It is in fact this one. Please spawn in the left.
All right.
Nice, okay.
All medicine has been prepared.
Alright, this shouldn't be too bad. I do significantly prefer this spawn to the other one though, because when he spawns here, I like to hold here. When he spawns right here, sorry, getting confused. It is super obnoxious trying to deal with it. Because even if she's not doing a ton of damage right now, she is very clearly starting to... Oh, I didn't do that in time. That's awkward. If I had done that like a second earlier, we wouldn't have wasted the skill. And it would have stunned the sword, not Neural. I'm gonna drop this so that he stuns Myrtle instead. He still stunned her. Gosh dang it. Why you gotta be like this, Golem? This boss usually isn't super difficult, it's just annoying.
Oh, almost does it.
Yes, may the light imbue.
I mean, I say that granted, but we did almost die the first time we saw it today.
Here I am.
Nero's actually, they dropped the module upgrades with this update too. Nero's the only operator I think that I've upgraded the module at all. It's not like the most powerful module I think in the world, but it's buffs her up, and given that she's my favorite carry to use. I can already tell I'm really gonna like Texas the Omertosa though, I'll be honest. But I wish, man, if one day they add a siege altar, that'd be crazy. The siege has been power crept really, really hard. Pure Gold Expedition? Pure, sure. Wrath of Syracusans actually isn't bad, but... Take that. Okay, we're back to needing to encounter hunt. You know what I've actually really been hoping for is a bewildered floor. It makes the floor bigger. So regardless... No, we go top path here. We'll get 2 encounters here. And an emergency op and a safe house. This stage. This stage is really obnoxious though. Crud. I don't like this stage. We might lose some lives here. I've actually only done this stage perfectly a few times. I usually leak just 1 or 2. And you'll see the reason why pretty soon, because this stage is obnoxious.
Please stand by.
These fireballs really hurt, for starters.
I'm here to
I'm gonna
help.
drop Myrtle just so that she can generate some DP. Luckily, ordinarily, if you don't have, 30 starting DP, I can't deploy Rosa like this and have her just start dumpstering him. I'm actually gonna do this.
Sleep on the job. Hey.
But if he gets far enough, those fireballs do hit here and it really hurts, and it's hard to put a medic down here. Thankfully, our units do again have the free regen, which should make our lives a little bit easier. But, yeah. We're absolutely just gonna use Rosa's skill to make sure that thing doesn't get very far. I said we were gonna use her to generate DP and then I didn't use her. Oops. Recall her. Do this just for a little bit of extra range damage. Eventually, there's one flying guy that comes straight down here. And it's really bad.
There you are.
I don't remember when another one of those fireballs guys comes through here in a second. Ah, there he is. Luckily, even when the fireball won't reach anyone, he does stop. Like that. I need to use this skill before he gets past her, though. Because the problem is Cruz targets anti-air units, and then she targets aerial units, and then she focuses the furthest ground unit like every other unit, so like this guy isn't going down. And right now our only hope for taking this one out before it gets through is actually Midnight, and Midnight does not do very much anti-air damage. Cruz, take care of that, please. She did not, that's not good. There's the one that goes through. Luckily we had... Come on, Midnight, you can do it. Nice. Okay, this is where it becomes a problem. As you can see, that fireblade here. And if we didn't have, like, the free regen, it'd be a big problem. It's still kind of a big problem. Because it hurts a lot. So then we're going to switch to here.
Orchid, ready to move.
And this. Nice. Right after I said, I guess I kind of jinxed myself in a good way about not ever beating this stage without taking damage, but I really don't. Well, I've done, well, like I said, I usually lose lives. I just don't like that stage. It's stressful.
I was pretty good, wasn't I, Doctor?
Lead HR dispatch, okay. What do we need? We have our conditions. I assume we still have to fight Lucian. We do have our conditions for beating Lucian in Rosa and Neural Alter. Soraya wouldn't hurt. I can't say I really feel like I need any other Vanguard. I honestly can't say I feel like I need any other guard. I do have Irene's module though. And we do have the offensive DP recovery buff. I'm considering Exia. Just trying to think of what all-around units would be nice. Project Red would be good. The issue is I don't know if a fast redeploy operator is good for the 4th ending boss because I don't know what it is, so we'll grab Irene. That's fine. Irene is very powerful, and we do have the offensive... I just said that, I guess, but... The extra offensive recovery should make our lives a little bit easier in using her. Alright, whoever gets dropped here first is going to get dumpstered. Yep. You hold it just long enough, though, that the second one goes through. Throw down to Lopsis. Can I throw one? No, she has to be here. Yeah. Okay. This is an emergency op, though, so everything hurts a lot. I'm actually going to use Irene here to hold this lane. Next is Rosa, because of that drone that comes out here. Because this is an emergency op, everything hurts so much more.
Relax, relax.
Yeah, those bugs hurt. Unfortunately, this time we also don't have...
Good scenery here, Doctor.
Come on, Lunchbowl Smoker. That's something I usually use red for, but the ability to just eat those shots and make sure they don't go through is actually really useful. What we're gonna do here is drop this.
Please hold on.
And Neuro. So that Neuro can just instantly murder the rat thing when it comes through. Well, ideally it's an emergency op, so it might not be as much of a one-shot as it was last time, but... There he is.
Okay. Your medication is here. Take it.
And now.
Long night 2 shall now end.
Get him, Meryl. I take it back, this thing died really fast. Oh, good old Meryl.
I'm listening.
Actually, that might... Oops. I really didn't think that was going to be an insta-kill, if I'm going to be honest. But it was, and it did hurt.
Program
Pop
initiating
this.
healing process.
Never mind. I thought that... That's awkward. So what I thought was going to happen there was I thought Rosa was going to pop them about here and it would hit Telopsis, and I didn't want Telopsis to
Yes, I made the right
just eat that. Ow. That did a lot more damage than I thought it would.
My eyes will find the truth.
We didn't even really use Irene's skill as much as we needed to there. We just need a solid unit to hold that lane, though. It doesn't even have to... We didn't have to use their skill.
Is this how you command the Acre Hunters too? Seems like the victory that the arrogant doctor promised might actually be plausible.
The arrogant doctor? What did we say to Irene? Sniper. I'm gonna grab Exia. We do have Cruz. Cruz is doing a very good job. But Exia makes sure that we never have to worry about anti-air again because Exia is broken. We don't even need her upgraded for that.
I'm very familiar with that.
Is that Exia's voice? You know, I think, hold on real quick. So in the anime and then the Japanese dub, they call her Exuzia. Or sorry, they call her Exia, but I think I've heard people say Exuzia. Does Texas have a Jessica Preddy? She does have an Ian voice. What's it sound like?
My next mission is to protect you, Doctor.
I don't mind that. Where is it though?
I don't say much. That's because I'd rather avoid thinking about most
Same.
things.
Actually, honestly, same, Texas. I like you. Is it this one?
You can't stop me. Cut them to pieces. Shut up.
Where is
No
it?
problem.
I saw a meme about her saying,
Exusier,
yeah.
Cover me.
Yeah, she says Exusier. Interesting. I really, really like this voice though. I don't think, I actually do like that Ian voice actor though. But like I was saying, a few of the specific voice actors, I really, really like the original voices. Like Exia's I think is really good. There's the classic line, where is it? Skill? I think it's skill usage. Is there not? Oh, is it not listed under skill usage? Can you imagine though? Just being in like a really dangerous fight and a literal angel with a bunch of like guns just comes out screaming apple pie at you. It'd be horrifying. I'd run in terror. Anyway, back to this. We do not need all of the squad space. We don't really need the hope either. We don't need the life points. We're actually in a pretty solid spot. I'm going to take the hope. Because then let's just make sure that we can just do whatever we want. I have already almost forgotten about the encounter. What was it called again? We need... I pulled it up on the second monitor. Act 1 by clearing observation. See what the writing the revenge story encounter. Okay. So we do need one more encounter. It's for the Act 1 collectible. Good to know. Lordship White Fire. Blade Dance is good. There's no like guarantee about what Blade Dance will go on, because like if it goes on Myrtle, it's not helpful. But let's go for encounters to make sure we can, because if we don't get the, this is actually a really solid run. I'm gonna be really sad if we don't get. I would be very, very sad if we didn't get the second encounter for the third ending. You have no idea for some of the squad clears how many times I had to try and do that again. It gets really obnoxious. I do like Neuro's Ian voice actor. She's another character though that her other voice actor is really good too. There's a animation for the.
My sword will respond the instant I spot
I'm trying to remember which one of the Kamizier's events it actually was, but there was one for the one where Flametail and the Neural Alter. Was it? It wasn't Mirror Light then. It might have been. Was it Maria Neural? Because I think that's when. Basically, the event when Flametail and Neural Alter came out, there was an animation. It was super good. Like, Flametail's basically, like, lamenting the fact that the infected are basically mistreated and everything. Just really, really upset. She's despairing, and then Neuro literally comes in and drops her spear. It's insane. It was actually super, super hype. Like, I genuinely think, in terms of events, like, there are some games that, you know, they obviously, everyone puts effort into their events. I never want to, like, downcast that. But there are some events for some games that just feel like they could be their own games. And the Kamizier's events are some of those events for this game. This game also does have really traumatizing events, though. I'm gonna be honest. Like the, Children of Versus event with Rosa, actually, and, like, Jima.
Yes.
That event was traumatizing. I'm gonna level with you guys. There's some events that you read and you're like, wow, Arknights is dark.
I was very impressed by everyone's performance. It was fantastic.
Laughing Joker. That will promote Exia. Don't really need another sniper. What I could do actually, you know what? I have an idea. We're gonna have the broken unit. And we're gonna upgrade her. Because like I was saying, I think Exia will still do her job at E1. E170 in terms of anti-air. Shelter E2 is one of the most broken units in the game. I don't like the special ones. That's not bad. The special collectible plaything is like a specific genre. I don't know if that's the right word, but like a specific grouping of units or collectibles you can get. A lot of them I'm actually not a huge fan of. Please give me the encounter I need. That's not it. You're scaring me, game. We did get bewildered though, so that makes the floor bigger. Ooh, that's a little bit scary. Ironically, we talked about tanking the final boss. You're not going to tank the final boss if it does 60 damage. Sick. Okay. So let's do a few of these. We got one of the attack speed. It's not Chalice, but for every 5 ingots we have, we get 5 attack speed. You can get some crazy stuff out of this. That said, though, we're going to probably buy out a lot of the stuff here. I'm grabbing Soraya here. I don't even think we have a defender this run. There's no need to get the elite dispatch letter would be okay. I could have technically just bought that too. No need for that though. I don't have the hope for it. That's not helpful. The only operator I think I really want right now that I usually use for the harder endings is Project Red. And if I had Phantom, I'd use that. Vampire's Bed. Ooh, that'll give me 16 life points. That was probably worth it. I'm considering withdrawing right now, but you have to consider every operator we have right now is getting 25 attack speed. Imagine if we had one of the other ones, you know. So what I'm going to do here is scout ahead. We need to maximize the encounters we get. Because if we, like I said, if we don't get the one we need, I'm going to be really sad. So there's one here, one here. So regardless, we'll get one in these 2 paths. We'll get one here. So we actually can't do the emergency op, sadly. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go bottom, here. Oh, there's another emergency op. So it comes down to boon or an emergency op. We'll deal with that when we get there. Absurd trickeries. This is the one I was talking about earlier with a bunch of units that just run off the edge of the map. It is actually really funny. I'm excited, like, assuming again we don't get just messed over by RNG, which I am really worried about because it's happened so many times.
Here, Doctor.
I really think this could be a solid run. Like, I have never beaten one of the IS2 bosses first try, but it could happen. Like, I don't want to jinx it, but it could happen. Yeah, you can see how much damage that does.
Hindrance shall be
Just who are you weaklings going to stop like that?
Yeah, I'm about to show you guys Chalter here. I'm going to deploy her. Chalter does so much damage with S3, it's insane. Is that one shot? No. Well, we don't get to see.
Enemy spot.
Yeah, she's got ammo. She's a shotgunner. She does a lot of damage to the tower in front of her, but look at that. It slows. It does a ton of damage. It actually debuffs them a little bit on defensive stats. Like, it's insane. Yeah, right now we're looking for a specialist voucher or a sniper voucher. But if we don't get Project Red, I'm not too concerned about it. I do think our current squad is really, really solid. Do I deploy Irene? If I deploy Irene, it has to be right here because of minerals. I hate to put... I do it sometimes depending on the stage, admittedly. But look at all those guys run off the edge too. Sorry, I'm having a hard time remaining focused. There's so much that goes on in games like these that me splitting my focus on one thing does not go very well. But Irene's one of the units that came out recently that I actually think is really nice. Just do that. Oh, I didn't use their skill. I wasn't sure if the Charger would one-shot Irene. But we have got a really solid squad put together. Chalter is, for regular play though, I think in events, one of the most broken units you can use. I don't use her much in IS2. Mostly because you need anti-air a lot of time, and I use, again, Rosa for that specific purpose that I use her for. The puppets. So as a result, the ability to get S3 Chalter is a little bit rough, and I don't think that a non-S3 Chalter is very useful. There's other units that are still pretty decent. Like Thorns is another good example, but Neuro's still pretty useful without S3. In fact, her second skill lets her drop without deployment slots, and her first one's really good at lane holding. Oh, we got the bear again. We should absolutely be able to kill the bear. I should have potentially let Shelter reload. I don't think I have time.
Chan here.
We're gonna be
Chan
greedy.
here. Ready at a moment's notice.
That might not have been the correct play. In fact, it's 100% not the correct play if
Just as planned.
we don't get our skill back, but I'm pretty sure we can kill the bear here. Oh, that came back a lot faster than I thought it would.
Enemy spot. Go ahead.
I haven't actually heard Chen's
I already
English
have
voice
enough
actor
work to
either.
deal with.
I really like, I know I keep saying it too, like, and maybe it's just gonna take time for them to grow on me, but I really like Chen's, the anime voice actor as well. Which I'm assuming they just pulled the same voice actors. They sound the same to me. As far as, like, tone and everything. Like, I'm pretty sure they use, like, Exy's voice actor, Texas's voice actor.
It was fantastic.
Okay, that's the last squad slot, I mean. Okay. That's an upgrade to Exia. I'll take it. Not necessary, but I will take it. We have to go bottom path here. Please give me the encounter need. That's not it. This game is scaring me. That wasn't worth it. We're not using casters. It was 6 ingot for a random operator. Could have been really good. But in the end we lost. Technically going from 30 to 24, 10 attack speed off of our chivalric commandment things. But we have, I think, literally one more encounter. That could be what we need. And if we don't get it, I might cry. I would be so sad. You have no idea how many crazy good runs I've had in this game before, just to not get what I need. Here we deploy Soraya. Soraya can deal with this pretty much by herself.
Stop like that.
Deployment limit actually isn't super high for us right now. I just realized.
Solidify.
We deploy 4 more, so there's, what, 5 operators we can have active that we won't be able to deploy at the same time at least. Which is pretty significant, to be honest. Just to handle that top one. We don't have a silence,
Enemy spotted. Don't let them get
so we really don't want to let them just, you know, dumpster us. I'm going to deploy Thorns here so that he's also being healed and he'll hit this front row. And why not?
I'm listening.
You know what her voice reminds me of?
Solidify.
The Ian voice, at least. It reminds me a lot of Tiki's, the younger Tiki from Fire Emblem's voice. That's exactly what Cruz's voice reminds me of, actually. I wonder if it's the same voice actor. I'd have to look it up. Because it sounds a lot like the accent and everything reminds me of younger Tiki. I don't know if they use the same voice actor for younger Tiki versus older Tiki in the Fire Emblem games. I wouldn't be surprised, but I'm not a voice actor, and so I don't know how hard it is to, like, do the exact same tone, but, like, for an older version of yourself, you know? Because if I tried to make an impression of myself when I was younger, it probably wouldn't sound right, you know?
There you are.
Yeah, Chalter is just decimating these, and you have to consider, too, she does more damage to the, look at how long this is. I'm pretty sure spread shooters do more damage to the tile directly in front of them, so she's decimating these things in 2 shots with skill active before they even get there. I forgot to activate this Just getting distracted. So you can see, like, Exia's skill, she doesn't do well against enemies with high defense, but when that automatically activates, which it's a little bit unfortunate for her in particular that you can't choose when to activate it, but shoots 5 times in a row. And attack increases to 103%. She just decimates anti-air units. Like, this is the ideal run, I would say, for a hard ending. But if that last ending isn't... I mean, we're gonna pick on Lucian regardless. Especially since he just killed us. But... Let's see... Come on, give me a specialist one. What's this? Doubles the rewards. We're not going to a safe house, I don't think. Double command XP isn't bad. Did not get... I mean, I can't think of a sniper or vanguard we need right now, so I'm just gonna, like, take Fang. I actually do use Fang a lot in this mode. So the question is, do we go for encounter emergency op or boon encounter. It's a tough decision. I'm gonna do this. We got it. Okay, we got it. I was super worried about it. Last chance and we got it. Alright, this actually looks really tough. I've never seen this before, but there's 3 potential... I don't know if there's arrow units. That'll be an issue. But what it looks like is we hold maybe here in this choke point. And as long as there aren't any aerial units just fly down, we'll be okay. Yeah. But yeah, the only other big upgrades I think we can make, again, is Project Red and upgrading Soraya. Everything else would be incredibly superfluous. Can you do this? Go ahead, hit him.
Charging.
Hit him, you can't kill him. I have a Telopsis. We'll do this, and then does that go? Okay, I was about to say, I didn't actually check to see where they were going. If they were immediately going this way, it'd be really awkward.
All wrongdoing from this world.
I did just realize I put Irene there and she's not getting healed, but the regen's actually kind of insane. Look at how much damage your skill does. What a solid IS2 run though, honestly. My IS2 runs usually... Oh, let's not do that. Let's put it... Hold on. I'm trying to decide actually. Do
Great
this.
spot.
Great spot. The problem is I don't actually have any other healing aside from the passive healing. And stop that.
We'll be the judge.
Use that on just that one puppet.
Chen here. Don't let them get away.
Yeah, we also don't have the ability to heal this status. So I guess we could use Mulberry. But I can't say it's high on like the list of things I think I need right now. Like even most of the stages, even the ones that have like nervous impairment is what it's called, it just isn't like enough of a
Enemy
primary
spotted.
issue to be like, yeah, I have to have it.
Step in my light will purge them.
Oh! Oops. I did that right as the skill went down.
Yes, may the light imbue.
They'll attack the sword now, which is nice. Yeah, this encounter... The thing is, the first encounter for this ending I could see being difficult because it's so early on. But at this point, we're so strong that it's not really dangerous at all. Stop that. Hold off on Irene's skill until they get in range.
Don't step
Okay,
into
never
them.
mind.
My light will purge them.
That puppet was actually really hurting. We could deploy another unit. I've just been holding off to see if we need to. Because right now it doesn't actually seem like we need to. Stop it. Puppet.
Forward.
Now.
Yielding is not
May the light imbue.
Alright, nice. So I'm assuming we still fight Lucian. But again, I don't know. Alright, what you got for me?
Victory! I was pretty good, wasn't I, Doctor?
8 hope. Hope does 3 gives you a different ending. And another sniper voucher. It's like the game knew that I was getting messed over by not getting sniper vouchers earlier, so it's just like, here. We're just gonna give you a ton. At this point, we might as well just recruit high damage operators and see if we can slot them in. I'm actually gonna go for W because even non-upgraded, she can just put down landmines. Which is nice. The playwright. We do still fight Lucian, good to know. But yeah, I would... What is this? This is a new emergency op. It looks like you need to hold 2 lanes. Not surprising. Feel like that is one way that they give a difficulty spike to most stages. We're gonna swap out Orchid for W. Honestly, the only way this could be better is if we had, again, the exact operators we wanted. I'm not gonna worry about the chests. It's just not worth it to me.
I shall lead the assault. Awaiting only, long night 2 shall now end.
I don't know if anything else spawns, actually, now that I'm thinking about it. Because I've never done this stage before.
Awaiting
But,
only your orders.
I don't know if anything else comes through this way. Which could be disastrous, actually.
I'll take care of this place.
We'll probably just drop down... I want them to take this chest because I actually want to deploy someone here, but...
I'm here to help.
Let's do this.
Chen here. Flame suppressive fire.
And what we'll probably do is we'll just save, like,
I have to get serious now.
We'll probably just hold on to Irene, I think. Because again, I don't know if anything else drops. I don't know where these puppets go. It looks like they pop out here. So I just answered my own question. But I thought I was going to have to defend this block as well at first glance at the map. That might not be the case. Because I don't see another way that they get down here. I need you to stop hitting Chen or Chalter. But you can see we visibly attack really fast too. And we don't have that many ingots. Like, we did not... A lot of times in these types of runs, people will purposely invest in getting just a ton of ingots and then winning that way. We really didn't do that. We just took what we got. Oh, I don't have this skill I thought I had on W. So her S3 drops a bomb on like 4 close enemies, and it does a ton of damage. This one throws a quick stun grenade, basically. Her other skill though is a passive that, like I was saying, basically every time it fills up, it drops a... We really need Shelter not to be stunned here.
I shall lead the assault.
Every time it fills up, it drops a mine that takes up a spot, but it stuns everything and does a good chunk of damage. It's actually really nice for AFK killers. We have so much hope. We actually hit max command level. This floor being Bewildered, though, was actually huge. We didn't ever... Okay. Maybe I should have gotten Woolberry there. I know we were talking about status impairment. Downtime wreck. If it's for hope, it's good. It's not the best, because you have to consider we're losing double this. Like, I'd love a random collectible. At this point, if it wasn't a sensitive floor, I'd do this probably twice, maybe 3 times. But we'll lose 12 life for every time we do it. So I don't think it's worth it. Lucian should not be an issue. But the reason I like Project Red is specifically because of this enemy right here. The target your ranged units, i.e. your healers and like my Rosa. But there's nothing to be done about it. But Red's really good at assassinating those. Well, I don't even think we've seen a specialist voucher. The closest we've seen is, you know, the fully random, or the, what's it called? I'm having a brain fart. The, like, special one that gives you one of every kind. But this is where you're really going to see how strong Rose is at dealing with that. Because as you can see, she's just dumpstering them. Very nice, very nice. Drop Miss Apple Pie. Yeah, obviously there's always more you can do with a run. Like I was saying, I would love to have more deployment limit. I would love to have Project Red. I really can't find myself complaining about this run. I will say we're still probably going to die to the boss though. I should have done that an instant later, so I'd hit that puppet too. But I might actually do, yeah, this is where that's an issue. I might just hella drop Irene for now. Just have Irene cover them for now, and then we're actually going to do this. Because now she has, it's called D12. But yeah, 3 bombs on enemies in a range. It detonates for a huge amount of damage and stuns them for 4 seconds. Like, it hurts. But as you can see too, Rosa just straight up handled the puppets. Like, they did not get anywhere. I like to drop my healer here once Lucian gets here. I know a lot of people like to hold the boss here. I don't think it's a bad strategy, I just don't personally do that. You can see how little Exia does to actual enemies with high defense. She just fired so many rounds in that shield guard and just tickled him. It's really funny, actually. Yeah, Irene got stunned. She's fine. I'd like her to use her skill on Lucian before she dies. Drop Jack in the box on just Lucian, apparently, too. I am actually surprised, because like I said, I've only changed a couple of the characters that you saw me change this stream to a different, to the, like, Japanese voice actors are the only ones that I've changed. And it does default, yeah, there we go, Lucian's already dead. It does default to the English voice actors if there is one. So that means W doesn't have an English voice actor. And W's in the anime. I would figure if anyone had an English voice actor, it would be the characters in the anime. Yeah, we're at least gonna make it to the ending. I have no idea. I feel like I should look up what the ending fight is, but I really like going in blind because that's what makes roguelike so much fun, is that first instant like, oh crud, what do I do moment. But I don't know if we're gonna get a run this good again. I usually don't get this lucky. This is pretty much the ideal scenario. Didn't even lose a life on Lucian. Usually not that hard to beat Lucian. But yeah, I can't stress how clutch the bewildered floor was.
Is this how you command the Aegir hunters too?
The Aegir hunters.
Seems like the victory that the arrogant
Well, we got
doctor
her.
promised might actually be plausible.
At this point, it might be good to just upgrade. I just feel like it's going to be helpful, so I'm going to grab her. I really like Red, but I am biased. She was my first 5-star. That could be really good. So, oh, that's tough. That's really tough. So this is the defensive play. But we do have 26 lives. Obviously, we won't be able to let the final boss go through, but I'm going to grab this. That's a huge buff to every one of my operators. Well, not everyone, but most of my operators. Ooh, we got sensitive again. That's not good. That is a little rough. We're only going to buy something if it's really good here, like coin operated toy. Is this deployment limit? No, that's not necessary then. Ooh. So that's 70 attack speed for the snipers. It is obviously a... Where's the attack speed? That's fine. I'm not going to take that. I am going to take this. So we miss out on a huge chunk of attack speed on our guards. But in exchange for that, Rosa and Chalter got a massive amount. So let me calculate this out. So we went down from 50 to 22. I'm actually going to... I'm really banking everything on this run. Okay. So we went down from 50 to 25 ingots. So we lost 25 attack speed on this. But we gained 5 times 3, so we gained 15. So we lost 10 attack speed on everyone not a sniper overall between the chivalric commandments and the coin operated toe, but snipers went plus 60. Our snipers are going to dump DPS. Promotion voucher, let's just promote. I would assume we have... I always forget you can't back out here. Oh, this is the voucher. I always forget which voucher you can use on 6 stars and which ones you can't. I think it's just promotion versus elite promotion. This can be an emergency ops. We'd be able to handle it right now, but I'm kind of glad it isn't. It's this one. I'm actually really glad it isn't. I don't like this stage. The one I like getting is, it's intimidating at first, but there's 3 protection objectives and just a bunch of sarcasm enemies dump at you. I don't think that one's that hard. This one is pretty obnoxious.
Everyone, stay calm.
Tactical support system online.
So the issue with this stage is there is a ton of aerial units that are just going to take a lot of damage to kill. We're going to drop Myrtle here to get some DP. I might let some of the other drones get through, in all honesty. Just to make things a bit easier on myself. Rosa's good for dealing with this first one, but...
Just who are you?
I used Distraza earlier. Yeah, Rosa's insanely good at taking care of those drones. Drop Exia there. Drop a healer for Exia. We'll actually also probably go ahead and drop Shelter. Look at how fast she fires. And every single shot is just tickling the enemy.
Yielding is not an option.
Just debating how much DP I think I'm gonna need.
Just who are you weaklings going to
This
stop
thing is
like that?
tough. You also have to consider how much attack speed our snipers have right now. It's not a joke. They are pumping DPS.
We're counting on you again today, little apple.
Solidify.
I'm actually gonna hold on to that.
Ooh, almost
Drop that. Drop her. Hopefully W can take care of that before she dies. Drop Jack in the box. That does a lot of damage. This stage would have honestly been much more difficult if it'd been the emergency version. You have to consider it did a fair chunk at the start. And if you just straight up lose all your early units, you will probably just die. damage? W? Pull her out. Drop neural.
Hindrance shall be no more.
Okay, well apparently I didn't need to be concerned in the slightest. I'm actually surprised because this is the same, one of the same stages though you can get if you're doing the third ending for the 6th floor on the third ending. I guess that makes sense. It's just the 6th floor but with a different final boss. We'll see. And we get to upgrade Soraya. Nice. Where is she? Wait, where is she? Did I already upgrade her? I didn't think I did. Where is she? Am I blind? I did upgrade her, okay. Okay, who else could we use then that would be useful? Obviously a guard will be auto. You know what? Yeah. If it's a boss killer we need, it's that. Throw the abandoned draft in the fire, take out a new sheet of paper and begin anew. 6 types of enemies. This is the stage. I do like that there's only 2 blocks to defend and it's in 1 condensed lane. We're going into this blind. This could be a really dumb idea, but we're gonna play on 1 time speed. I'm gonna be really, really sad if we lose this. This is such a solid run, but the problem is there's probably some specific boss mechanics that I don't know about.
Alright, all medicine has been prepared.
The act has come to a close. I've never seen this before. Humdrum, let it burn in the fire. But you are still here, seeking the truth? I have written the saga of Blood Diamond with my pen. Why do you interfere with my creation? There is no need for your words, Thespian. Just perform.
Are y'all ready?
Okay.
Let's go then.
63 enemies. Winter Wisp Blood Charm. Gradually lose HP upon death deals. Okay, that's not good, so we're gonna do this. It's really funny seeing Project Red go at it when you have Hand of Super Speed, is the artifact called. Because she gets basically, as long as the executors, what it does is if there's not a unit in the surrounding tile, they just do a ton of damage. Okay, that's a fairly decent amount of arts damage. It's not as much as I thought it was, so fine. Alright, there's the playwright. We aren't going to keep out Myrtle forever. It is important to note that we can't just... Okay, what are we going to do here is... Maybe not.
Enemies.
I have to get serious now.
I was considering just hella dropping something right on top of that guy there. It doesn't seem like that's an option. We're good on DPs, but you do this. Oh, hang on, never mind. I was thinking about dropping Neural there, but instead I'm going to do this. Let's slow down the fight. Drop this. Alright, Neural. Chunk him. I know she won't get the true damage. Actually, I think you're too. Oh, look at that damage. I'm assuming. Oh! What was that? Oh, it was one of the exploding enemies. That's not good. I didn't even think about it. I didn't think it'd do that much damage. The other ones weren't. This is bad. Where did the playwright go? Is there not another...
Solidify.
Okay. You're gonna have to work OT, guys. Drop her here. I would be incredibly surprised if there was not another phase to play right. I refuse to believe. That's the case.
First aid box clear.
It's gonna pull like a Stolta Fair in that base event, boss shenanigan, and come back. Yeah, that explosion hurt. That nuked my Telopsis. Wow, the 2%, that's insane actually. So because we have 2% regen per second, until it actually caps past that, she's still healing herself, so she stayed alive for longer than she should have. That's really funny. Yeah, let's just keep hella dropping out Project Red. Ow. Have her just mess with enemies. Because the more she does that, the less pressure there is on the rest of our team. I feel like I need to drop... Ooh, that's not good. We didn't drop that one there. I feel like we want to switch to Telopsis as a medic. But... I don't want to... I don't want to run the risk of pulling out Ansel to switch places with her and then having Ansel, having Telopsis die again, because then we would probably lose. This is going, like... This is going strangely well, though. Can it really be? Was that the entire boss?
This will be over soon.
This, if that's the entire boss, this legitimately is an easier ending, I think, than the third ending. Because the third ending is horrifying. Like, I refuse to believe it. There's some catch here. The game is hiding it for me. It's gonna hit me with a left hook out of nowhere. Try and get these two while they're still out of range. I will say, a silence would have been nice. I think Jay has a silence, but I don't have my Jay built. What else is there? Trying to think. I don't use silences very often, but when they're helpful, they're really helpful.
Bow to me.
That's a really cool animation, of the fact that they just like spin a dagger and then stab it into their heart.
Yielding is not an option.
To be fair though, we really did dump damage. We have 2 of the 3. We don't have Chalice, the strongest attack speed artifact, but we do have the other 2. We have a ton of attack buffs. We have really strong operators. We used Irene's skill, Neural skill, and just blasted him. I don't know. Oh, that's gonna hurt. Never mind. I wonder, do these count as... These probably don't count as Sarkaz enemies, but I have to wonder. Really? That was the entire boss? The playwright was really weak. The fourth ending is easier than the third ending. I'm just gonna say that right now. That is the first time I've beaten an ending first try. The fourth ending is easier than the third ending. Just straight up. The first ending was Lucian, who we beat for this ending. You actually have to beat Lucian for the third ending as well. Big Sad Lock is just annoying for encounters. That's insane. A good script needs the tempering of time. The stage is written, the scene is woven. The protagonist hears the troops call and takes the stage. Behind him, there is always Rhodes Island, the harbingers of justice. They really paint that as a gray line in the anime. I don't know if it's as clear, at least in my opinion, just reading the game text, but it's not always a black and white, like, good and bad thing. The protagonist fled the troop, but returned at its call. The coward fled the troop, but now comes back to face us. Just to save a stranger, a comrade, a friend? His courage has been proven, and the story draws to a close. The protagonist and the coward have returned to their home in Rhodes Island, and the troop gains nothing. When the host abandons his duty, shouldn't that be host? Host abandons his duty, and picks up the puppet strings, he is doomed to fall, like all the mundane villains in the stories. To be shamed and laughed at. I must say that I consider such an ending a personal insult. Yeah, I like a happy ending. Which is why I've made a few revisions. The pen has become an obstacle, imposing the creator's suffering and anger onto the protagonist. This kind of links into the other endings too, because a lot of them have a very dark aftertone. The price for his growth is his rebellion against the creator. That and the intervention of Rhodes Island have changed my plans for the characters and their destinies. Therefore, I am not in position to write the story's ending. Failed stories are burned, and everything begins again from scratch. There will inevitably be unexpected twists and turns in the creative process. Say, a foreshadowed thread, which the character is unable to pick up. A protagonist fallen before his time. Characters that should not be there, events that should not have occurred, obstacles that were not accounted for. Decisions that should not have been made. This is the most challenging script I have taken up in recent years. Fortunately, there are a few pages that stand out amongst the countless rewrites. Messed up the serious dialogue there. Based on your requirements, I would recommend this chapter, which is supposed the good ending. All obstacles are swept away. The happy ending that everyone wanted comes true, and a dark seed is planted deep within the heart. When it sprouts and blooms, all things bright and beautiful will turn into the tragedy we hoped for. The protagonist does not know that his destiny is already determined. People always talk about this. This is one thing that I never got about people who believe in, like, and I don't think there's anything wrong with it, but, like, believing in, like, destiny or fate is that, like, if you choose your own fate, that's always the argument they use. Well, isn't that choice technically? I don't get it. Maybe that's just me being sad. Anyway, while we wait in the shadows, anticipating the ecstasy of the finale, what do you think? my dear troop master. Hey, it's Phantom. That's really cool. And I will say, we know for a fact that this is the last ending for Phantom and Crimson Solitaire IS2, because IS3 is already on the CN server. IS3, I believe, has to do with Sculptor. Actually, I believe she's a boss, which is horrifying. But I believe because of that, it probably has stuff to do with, like, the Seaborn, the A-Gear that Irene is talking about and whatnot. I will say, though, that was an ideal run. If we had a very, like, average, middling run, that final boss might have been more difficult. But the fact is, even if Project Red wasn't necessary, like, I was really worried, because for the third ending, you need, like, Ambriel, you need Project Red, Golden Glow, you need somebody that can hit fast redeploy, you need global operators and stuff, because of the way that fight works. Really, I think, Surtur is really good for that ending. Surtur, Neural Alter, or, Irene all come to mind. Maybe even just regular, Guard Scotty. Because if you want to just heli drop and kill the boss, you can, and then the boss wasn't an issue. Beyond that, it was sustained. I would assume if we had silence, those enemies that stab themselves and explode when they die maybe wouldn't, so Lapland could be good if that is the case. But as long as you have good lane holding for that last boss, decent lane holding and sustain, and then a hella drop operator, that boss isn't hard, you know? Compared to the other endings, Lucian I felt like we needed more, just because of how much goes on in the Lucian stage. Big Sad Lock is a DPS race, and it's a really hard DPS race if you don't disable his regen. But the last one, the Speaker I think it's called, the third ending, is really, really hard. Like, I can't get over how hard that is. We had such a good run there, though. I never beat any of the other bosses first try. I was not expecting, even with how strong that run was, for that to work. But I will take it. I mean, we had decent collectibles when you consider, like, we had a lot of squad space, a little bit of deployment limit here, ingots, which helped us get more stuff. Ultimately, though, the attack speed... Oops. I clicked over it. But the attack speed relics were really, really good. I don't know who Blade Dance went on to, actually. Now that I think about it, I have no idea who Blade Dance was going on. Blade Dance, I think, is really strong, but like I was saying, if it goes on, like, Myrtle during an important fight, or, like, a weak, like, throwaway unit, it's not good. These are really nice just because we weren't using casters. The only caster I frequently use of my roster is actually Golden Glow, and I only use her for the third ending. But these are really nice. That was nice because it got Thorn Destreza faster. This was actually really clutch because it meant the starting... This gives you just, even with Myrtle, and how strong Myrtle is at generating DP, it gives us starting momentum. This was actually an insane amount. It made our sniper so strong. This was actually clutch too. I didn't think this was going to be as strong for us as it was. This was insane. But I'm looking forward to... I don't know if I'll do it on stream, to be honest, because I'll probably fail a lot and it'll be awkward. Kind of like the first, like, 6 fights we lost, because we lost a lot at the start of this stream. We got a few of these. So focus, like I was saying, I was expecting, that had to be for beating the ending. We beat 2 of the battles specifically without losing any life points. I'm pretty sure the other... I don't know what those do, granted. This is the... But as you can see, I've played this mode a lot. I've unlocked pretty much everything. These are the events. I mean, we could just read the other endings here, now that I think about it. I was going to show, but... like, all 3 of these endings have somewhat, like... This one, actually, I think they kind of just walked off and it's just a bit ominous, but... Some of these other endings were really, really dark. Yeah, that's the third ending. That's not Big Sad Log. Big Sad Log looks like a giant bear. Like a Stitch bear. But I am looking forward to seeing what these other artifacts are. Some of these are really powerful. Like this one, these 2 are obviously required for the ending. 10% redeployment time isn't a huge deal, but it's nice. 3 Hope. The problem with this is you get it so late into a run. Like, I think I was probably right in that you probably have to get this encounter in the first 3 floors and this one in the 4th and 5th. But I don't know for certain. But 3 Hope towards the end of the run is sometimes really good, but most of the time you've taken on enough fights that that's not the case. This is really powerful. This is nice just because So there's like the we had it because it's the item for the monthly squad. Where is it? The ticket stub gives you the chance. I think it's a 25% chance, yeah, to get an additional voucher, but it's still only a 1 in 2 chance. You have to consider, with this one, not only does it give you a third option, so you're guaranteed 3 out of 8 in terms of choices of the 8 classes of operators to pick. You also have to consider if you have any of the, like the caster one we had. If you have any of these, which just make that class turn into a Elite HR dispatch letter, which gives you every option. If you have even 1 or 2 of those, having a third choice for every voucher gives you a huge opportunity to get just whatever you want. This one, these stacking ones, I would assume there's a version for potentially. Okay, so there's not an attack speed, defense, and attack for each one, but this really supports stacking specific types of operators, which is nice. I have no idea what these are, but we basically have to beat emergency op, emergency op, emergency op, and emergency op without losing life. I mean, I could look up what these are, because I really am curious. What I want to do now, though, once we clear this, and the music, I gotta say, the music in this game is really good. People make memes about it all the time, joke about it, but they do an insane variety of music. Like, there's a dubstep song for the, like the arena nights in Commissaires during like the Neural and Blemishine events. The theme for that's insane. The theme for the Texas Theo Mortosa event I've already heard is super, super cool. Like I gotta say, they do a good job with this. I think they even have like a song with like Steve Aoki, an EDM artist that I've seen live. Super cool stuff, but I kind of want to try and redeem myself. We're probably just going to try, again, I just want to go to the 5th floor. We don't even have to beat an ending. I will say, it's tough because the first time we did it, support squad was really good for us, but then we just got messed over because we never got any squad space. But generally speaking, I do think of the options we have presented to us, those are probably the best ones to go for. This skill, I have been looking at this skill, I don't want to do it if I don't have a healer. Once I have a healer, maybe we'll try it because it seems like a higher lane holding / DPS skill than the one we've been using. But losing 5% HP per second is dangerous. So what we do here, it doesn't matter what order we deploy in because of this particular stage.
To do battle, far too many plays have been pinned on these themes.
Understood.
Now that I think about it, this is the assistant from that event, or the IS2 in general. I was wondering why I didn't know who he was. I don't even know if I have him as an operator like regularly. But yeah, this starting stage, these two are pretty much the only threat you have. Nothing else is likely to be a huge threat. Let's pop this and pop this. Yeah, you can see that half helped them through both of these guys' skills before I could kill him. And the other issue is we don't have any sustain this early on. Like, this starting squad isn't... It's surprisingly not as bad as I thought it was. I thought it was going to be really rough, but it does have a lack of sustain. And that is... it is dangerous. Pop this. And hope that he doesn't kill him, because... Okay, we're good. But that is the sketchy part. Like, even the Thorn start we do... the issue that Thorns, Ansel, and Orchid Start has with that particular stage is Thorns only blocks 2 units. So until he has Destreza ramped up, some of those dogs can get through.
Well done, Doctor.
You know what? Radical call here. We're not going to get Project Red, we're going to get Spectre the Unchained. Spalter, as she's called. I really like Spectre. I know Egnerd was saying she's one of his favorite characters. Scroll back up in chat real quick. Really likes, Spalter and Liskarm. That's interesting. They're both good characters. We could get Flowers of Kinda there, but 10 HP per second usually isn't a huge amount. Fight to the death. Okay, so it's an emergency out version of the one we had. So what makes Spalter really good is she's a Dull Keeper. So her skill 2 is actually considered the best. But what it is when she dies, because like this skill does kill her when it's done, it gives her a ton of damage though. She turns into a doll form.
Shall the hunt begin?
And what that doll form does is, while she's in that form, she slows every enemy around her.
I'm in a gorgeous mood right now.
I forgot about Spectre's English voice actor. He's good.
Understood.
But she turns into a different form where she, as long as she isn't killed over like 20 seconds, she comes back. Which is insane in and of itself, right? But she slows and does damage to every enemy around her. Which is also insane. Like, you can see right now how much damage she's putting out. She goes down, she swaps into her doll form. As long as this doll isn't killed, by the time that timer comes out, she respawns. And she slows and does damage to enemies around her while she's in this form. She also has a pizza cutter. You know what it does remind me of, though? It reminds me of the Whirligig Saw from Bloodborne. That's what I think of immediately when I see Spalter's weapon. I don't know if anyone else sees that, but that's always what I've visualized. That said, without skill, she is not doing too hot against these guys right now. I don't mind losing a little bit of life, though, on a first floor emergency op, because first floor emergency op is so much value just in and of itself innately. And these are the last 5 enemies. That losing 1 or 2 life in exchange for getting a free artifact early, that's not good. I didn't want to pop skill that early, and maybe I didn't need to because that enemy died. These guys, when they're below half health, start to hurt. You saw him rapid fire punch? It was destroying this guy. Put him to sleep. And hope we can kill him. It is crazy seeing one of these puppets this early in the run, though. I kind of like it, but they're tough cookies. Like, they are not fun to run into.
Thank goodness for that.
More offensive regen. You know, that would be helpful if we had any offensive regen skills. I guess it does affect defensive, so if we get a medic and we use that other one for him. We just got double specialist voucher. Do we want gravel? So gravel is a fast redeploy operator like Project Red or Phantom. The issue is she's usually used for tanking shots. As you can see, she's super defensive. It's not bad, but I can't say it's like, great, I have gravel. Whereas Project Red is usually pretty helpful. Get the robot. Ha! Right, we'll probably be okay. We can get Telopsis. I actually did use Gavial. Gavial got a lot more popular when she got an altar. Gavial is in the like pink ticket shop. I can't remember what it's called. But you can farm those tickets. So my first healers that I used were Gavial and Warfarin. Later on I got Shining. I still don't have Nightingale, which makes doing Tallulah stages really painful. Like really painful. But now from here on out, we probably won't even spend our ingots. We're just going to save up attack speed. And we're not going for a specific ending, so we can just take every fight we want.
Ready when
Thermix isn't bad, though. The robots don't take up deployment spots. You can just use them. They just have a really long deployment time, and they just do something random. For example, Thermix just blows up and applies Fragile. It's not bad, but it's definitely like... Sometimes I do it and I just think, like, why did I... Like, why?
I'll do my best.
But Spalter should be able to 1v1 these things pretty easily.
Please hold on.
At least in theory. And we can use Thermex for the first one. I might use her skill here.
I hope we may resolve this peacefully.
Because even if she goes back into her little mist form, the only enemies that come through... Wow, she does so much damage. The voice actor, though, I don't know how loud that is on stream. I tried to get the volume so it wasn't... Like, I tried to set my game volume so it's not quite as loud as me, but that it's still, you know, you can hear it very noticeably. Because I think, like, you know, people work really hard on the sound. Why not let it work? The English voice actor for Spectre, I swear, is the most sus thing. Just so, like... They knew what they were doing, you know? It's one of those things. Use her skill for that real quick. Yeah, we're good. Yeah, as long as whoever's here can hold this thing with healing outpacing. Because if we hadn't gotten Ansel, it actually would have been kind of rough. I guess I could show you what the... This is a bad time to do it, but... Hey, that was a bad time to do it. I should have done it right before it fought Spectre, but... That's what that robot does, and it can't come back for 3 minutes worth of time. So, you know, there's that.
The path you all now walk bears not one hope.
But you can see how much damage Spalter does, like, it's insane. Like, she's a really good all-around unit. Alright, I'm going to take, Cardigan here. I am really worried that we're going to run into the issue we had the first time we did this monthly squad, though, in that it feels like we're already having issues with the squad space. But I really wanted to be greedy for support squad, and we got an extra 20 ingots that we wouldn't have had.
Has been prepared.
And what's crazy is that's really helping us right now.
Ansel,
It really is.
I'm counting on you now.
To kill.
Oh, I didn't know this game had voice lines between them. I think that was Iris just said. It was either Iris or Malenta told Ansel that she was counting on him. It probably was Malenta. I think they're in the same squad. Now that I think about it. I'm gonna drop Spalter here. Oh my gosh. Did you ever just have those characters in games where it's like, I just feel a little uncomfortable deploying them now. It's like playing Xayah and Rakan in League. They spend the entire time saying like really sweet things to each other, but things that I'm just like, it's making me like just, you know. I've thought about streaming ARM games. I'm actually only, they added challenges in a couple years ago to get like titles, and I'm really close to getting ARM God. The problem is I try not to stream games. I was worried about with DVD and Overwatch, but luckily neither one we had like a super huge issue with it. I try not to stream things that I think will spread negativity. As much as I like League as a game, there's a lot of negativity there. But maybe we'll do it sometime. There's just games like Arknights I hadn't streamed until now because I wasn't sure what I'd do. Similar to like why I don't stream Genshin super consistently, because I just don't know what to do. Because I'm not going to stream dailies because that seems kind of boring. But there's also games that I don't stream because I'm bad at them or I don't want. I'm pretty decent at League actually, but I don't want to spread that negativity.
It is done.
It's like I actually do enjoy CS:GO. I'm not good at it, but I enjoy CS:GO. I have a couple friends that kind of got me into it at one point. I've only played like 20 hours of it, but that community, there's a lot of stuff that goes on. In League, genuinely, you do. Oh, sick! Speak of the devil, we just got 2 squad space. But there's a lot of negativity that goes around. We've already seen this one. I didn't mind reading just the ending, but I can't, like, reading off every single thing that happens. A little bit rough. Because these monthly squad, the conversations are between 3 people. I think my favorite one so far was the one between Durnar, Keobe, and I think it was Seisa. I really, really like Keobe. I don't think anyone in the community I've ever met doesn't like Keobe, though. Keobe is a cutie.
Target marked.
But it is a funny story, though, because like I said, my motto was originally based off of Texas. Well, not based off of, but it was like the inspiration. I liked the aesthetic, and I was like, yeah, let's make a character like that. And
I'll do my best.
I mean, so I did, obviously. But I thought about making a character based off Siege as well. The reason I didn't is just because I don't think it fit me as well. Genuine, that's all there was to it. A lion character is super cool, but I just didn't see it being something that like fit me personally. A wolf is just, yeah, I think it fits me a little bit more. I don't know though. I think it's because lions are generally courageous and I'm not. I used to get into fights all the time actually. But that's also like a lone wolf type thing, I guess, but not something I'm proud of. I've definitely become a lot more lax as I've grown older. I'm not that old. I feel old. 24, like, I wake up every day and I'm like, my body hates me. It's funny because when I was in like high school, I do like full-on bodybuilding and stuff, and nowadays I like lift something even moderately heavy, and I just feel that my body's gonna hate me the next day. This stage isn't so bad.
Their future is clear to see.
I will say it's nice playing like Arknights on PC in general, but it is a little weird. Mostly just because I always play it on touch controls. It feels a lot smoother than I thought it was going to be, I will say, which I'm really grateful for.
Your logical deduction was absolutely correct. What a perfect calculation.
But I'm really excited. I'm surprised we've seen any of the attack speed, because you have to consider with more collectibles being added, it's less likely that you find the really specific good ones, like the attack speed ones. But we haven't seen Chalice, but we've seen coin operated toy once now, and I'm gonna be greedy and actually take Lapland here. I think your decisions early on can be really, really important. Ooh, that's not good. But your early decisions can be really important because you need to watch your early hope gain, because by the end a lot of times, like I said, you've taken enough fights that you're generally pretty clear. Overall though, this is not a good stage to have when you don't have DB generation. You know what we don't have? DB generation. I love Lapland's voice actor. I really hope that they pick a really good fit for her for the English voice actor, because it's one of the things that just sells the character for me. You know, like I think that's all. To be fair, like the case for most characters in games. But we didn't have the DP to put down to Lopsis before she went down. But let me just protect her. And the doll actually has 0 block, so she only gets targeted by ranged enemies. It makes it insanely unlikely that she dies. On certain stages, at least. Now then, I'm trying to decide who to deploy next, because without... This is a stage where having like Fang or Myrtle is very, very powerful. Specifically because you need DP and DP generation is lower. But without a, without one, you need to be very just aware of what you deploy. I think an enemy pops up over here. It depends. I usually hold off until I know for certain. Sometimes there is, sometimes there isn't. Okay, if they kill that guy, we lose a life, yeah.
Their futures.
I think we got the version that somebody doesn't drop here. So probably okay. Okay, well, that guy's going straight through. Oops. Again, though, we have 1 temporary life point per stage. So as long as we don't let too many enemies leak through, letting 1's fine. Letting 2 just means we lose 1 life. We'll be fine. This might be a 3rd one though. These chargers just, if you don't have defenders, the stage can be a little bit rough too. But the way I see a lot of these stages is like, and the way I always see, I think I've mentioned this for Genshin. I see things as the better your characters, like you whale for C6 Genshin characters, or like pot 6 Arknights characters, and you have the perfect team comp and stuff like that. The game gets easier and the margin for error becomes higher. If you're running in with like all 3-star units, you have to play much better, which people do, by the way. So it's kind of like that balance of like the, quote-unquote worst squad you bring in, the better you have to do. And it's kind of the same thing here in like the better a fit of squad you have for the stage you're at, the more leeway for error you have. If I run in, do a stage that like you basically have to have a healer for, and I don't have a healer, I'm gonna get dumpstered. And so the margin for error there is much lower because I have to play like perfectly to not lose lives. But that's just the way I see things. I think it wasn't guaranteed to be the Golem. We just got it twice in a row. I couldn't tell because usually monthly squad I only have to do once. But that hasn't been the case. Because we've been getting dumpstered.
Everyone, follow me, please.
Spalter. It's a little bit dangerous to put Spalter because if she uses skill, she does, not have any block for a second. But I didn't want to put Lapland down at the start or tank, because Lapland will wake these guys up and cause me issues. Actually, I should have put a defender here. It's fine. And the reason I think I needed to do that is because if I put a defender here, it won't attack anything. Go and use this game. Just have to cover. Actually, what I might do is just a retreat Spalter. We'll see. Or I could just put Melantha here. That would also work. Yeah, we're just gonna drop Melantha here and have her stall until Spalter's back up. The healing rune is quite nice though. Wow, I forgot how much attack Melantha had at base. Wow, that's crazy. Her base attack is actually really high. Alright, same cheese we did with W last time though. We're gonna just ever so gently nudge her in front of Spalter.
Resolve this peacefully.
I'll actually put her to sleep so she doesn't murder people. Yeah, I really do like doing that strat. It's something so simple, but I think it works really well. But I do really like the monthly squad. It forces you to try different strategies, at least for the start of a run. And I don't do that super often. I'm pretty lazy. Like I said, I have one solution for the puppets on the right side, unless I borrow a friend's passenger.
It is done.
Because Hand of Diffusion, I think it's called, passenger is crazy.
Well done, Doctor.
I'll have to try and show you guys that on stream one time because it's actually absurd. So I'm trying to decide here what we need. So right now I'm thinking Rosa or Neural Alter. I'm thinking Neural though. Well, no. So we know what boss we have. The boss we have is actually a little bit safer to take out at range if you can. We'll just have to get Neural later. Like I said, we don't actually have to go to an ending, so I might not. I just wanted the third conversation because if you, and I'll show you the logs, but if you don't do them, it's one of those like don't get all the logs now, you won't get the chance later. Squad space is still somewhat of a problem. You at a point where you don't want to just keep recruiting everyone, you know, upgrade operators, you know.
Direct memory access for application map.
So this is the stage that we had last time that we had starting DP, so we could just dump everything immediately. What I like to do here though is just wait for a second until I can drop a
Target marked.
That maybe wasn't the correct way to do that actually, because okay, Dalton, you need to use your skill like ASAP, otherwise Lapland's going to die.
Program initializing. Initiating
That's not good.
process.
I'm in a gorgeous mood right now.
That did not go the way I was hoping it would. We're gonna leak a life here. Whoops. It's fine. Like I said, temporary life point.
I hope we may resolve this peacefully.
Please do a fall.
Once this guy's defeated, we treat this. We throw Rosa up here.
May this end as
Hopefully the
swiftly
hammer
as can
throw
be.
here doesn't just murder Shayla.
Their future is clear to see.
Hopefully it doesn't murder the healer I just put down. Poor Ansel.
First aid bottle medication is here.
Oh, we're good. Yeah, that is the only way this stage is a little bit sketchy. That was the start. Generally speaking, though, that's not an encounter I am unhappy to see at all. Oh wait, oh, it's monthly squad, so we don't have temporary life points. I forgot about that. So we did actually lose a life there. That's fine. Increase the defense of Vanguard at guard. Defense isn't exactly the first thing I think of needing there, but we'll upgrade Rosa. In all honesty, we could use Spalter as our boss DPS if we fought to us. This one, no. No. We're not spending ingots on anything. We have so much attack speed because of this right now. You have to consider that's what, 5 times 10 for every 5 ingots. Yeah, so we're getting 50 attack speed on every operator because of that. Alright, let's get to it. So that makes the only bosses we haven't seen so far Jetman, for the 3rd floor at least. Jetman and
Direct memory access for
this isn't a good spawn though.
And enemy coordinates authorized.
So we haven't seen Jetman,
Please
sorry I
stand
keep
by.
losing my train of thought, and we haven't seen the Puppet. The Puppet is my least favorite though, so I'm fine with not seeing that. This spawn, he can spawn up here, this guy will always spawn here. They do get really mad once you kill one of them though, so there is that. What I like to do here is throw Lapland. It's actually really good that we have Lapland because there's the little frozen exploding bugs. They come out in pairs. And the reason that's an issue is then they freeze your units and it's a terrible time. But we have a silence, so. Let's throw in a healer here. Yeah, you can see this guy freaks out. He's like, "You killed my friend!" And then he just chops him up real quick. Look at how much damage that does too. Like, it's pretty insane. So this is where it's going to be a little bit difficult because he's going to come over here and he's probably going to murder Lapland too. In fact, we didn't really need to play Shaylin there. But the goal here now is to hold him here as long as possible and let Rosa work through him. So we're probably going to drop Melantha just to distract him for a little bit. And by a little bit, I mean like one hit. Oh, maybe two. Look at that. Drop her. Do this. The thing is, you take so much more damage when you're frozen. That that boss is going to. Wait. Maybe. How much damage does that do? Never mind, he got through. That's fine. It's 3 lives. That hurt a little bit, but you know. Oh wait, no. It might be more than 3 lives. Stop.
I hope we may resolve this peacefully.
That was a little bit too close for comfort. That boss fight usually isn't too bad. The issue was we didn't really have a good melee DPS, but I think having an upgraded Rosa was better than having an unupgraded Neural all through there. You wanna give me a promoted? I was gonna say it, but I didn't know if it would happen. Enemies have less attack, blocking enemy. Both of these are very good. I'm actually gonna take this one. A lot of my units do only have 1 block. So double attack is nice, but I think that's what we're gonna go with. Let's go for the emergency op. There's no reason to... Safe house would be nice, actually. Do I want a safe house or do I want...
Upon changing
an
armaments,
emergency
my
op.
combat
It's
style
also worth
will
noting
also
that the
be obliged
emergency
to
op might
adapt.
kill me.
Take due note when deploying me.
Eh. Well, no, to be fair, I'm gonna chicken out because we just need to... Oh, nope, DP recover rate down. Never mind. I really hope that's not gonna be the, Oh, we're not doing that stage. So you can get... I was wrong. I've never gotten... That's the first encounter of the second ending. I've never gotten that on the 4th floor. I didn't think you could. Oh my gosh. So we probably just died again. This game messes me up sometimes. There's no way that we're going to be able to beat this without taking damage. Not the emergency op version of this. I have never failed a monthly squad actually 3 times in a row. I failed it once. I think I've failed one of them twice. Never 3 times in a row, but there's a first time for everything. We're just not getting the start that we need. Which the start, like I said, was surprisingly not as bad as I thought it was. Yeah, that won't reach. The issue we're having is that it's just not powerful enough. I'm probably going to hella drop Neural Altar here just to stop that guy. The problem is, as he continues to walk forward, I didn't use the oops.
Target marked.
The problem is... this guy's going to get through. But the further he gets down, he's going to start hitting hitting Lapland here with his fireball, which is a problem because we don't have sustain for her. That one guy's getting through. I need to not forget to use that. Yeah, I think we just died. Ah, that's tilting. I mean, honestly, I'm still pretty happy so far. The fact that we beat 4th ending first try is awesome. The fact that we failed monthly squad 3 times in a row, though, is pretty funny. I just can't get it. I don't know why. But other ones we've done. So this one was kind of sad because it talks about... So Helliger was an old general from Ursus. And Ursus is not a great place to be. It's... But Zima went through some traumatizing events. They call her the Winter General. Helliger was an actual general. They talk about like his medals, how he once held the rank of an Ursus general, you know, and like he even says like Shima's already like a little bit, I don't know if it's like intimidated or just dislike of him because of what happened to them in their homeland, but like they find out like Helliger had kept his war medals as a general because he was looking after some kids and he potentially knew that he might need to sell them one day to take care of them, just stuff like that. This one was Gavial, Tomimi, and Estelle. These two, Tomimi's like attached at the hip to Gavial. I think he was talking about, yeah, money. This one was pretty easy, actually. This one wasn't too bad. I think I failed this one once. It's basically these three going on an adventure. It's kind of funny. It talks about, yeah, Kaobe likes Durnar and Seisa because Seisa always tells good stories and Durnar has snacks. It's funny, though. This one was so funny. I sense it. There's a curse on this land. Even now, it sapped my strength little by little from the deepest recesses of my soul, devouring me from within until naught remains. I feel it too. And Durnar, who's actually one of like the trainers for Rhodes Island, says, use your own words, I'm beat, I'm hungry. She begs Durnar for food, whines when she doesn't get it. Kyobe is so cute. This one I didn't do, this one I didn't do, and then this one I logged in once and then forgot about IS2. But I would actually imagine this one was probably not hard. Mudrock can't be healed by Warfarin, but you started with a DP generator, a healer, and Mudrock. This actually was probably a pretty easy one. This one was probably not that hard either. In all honesty, I would like Palace. I don't have Palace. This one was actually probably pretty difficult. This one didn't look very fun to me. Like I said, this one wasn't terrible. You need a medic early on. This one wasn't hard. Like I said, this one wasn't hard. This one you don't have a medic, but Helliger is in Amusha, so he heals on... He can't be healed by medics. He can be healed by, like, Bard classes like Heidi, Sculptor, and Sora, because it's passive regeneration. But he heals by attacking, so, you know, you have sustain early. And then this one is proving to be more difficult than I thought it would be. It's surprisingly not, like, I keep saying I don't think this one is that hard, and then I keep getting dumpstered. That run was, I'm a little bit sad to have lost that last one because we had so much attack speed. I'm gonna go Gathering Squad. But again, we don't even need to win the run. I just want to get to the 5th floor to get the 3rd conversation. I've skimmed over it as we've gone through, but I haven't paid too much attention to it, admittedly. It is interesting, though, that we just got Gollum twice in a row, because I thought that meant it was like a... Like, I knew the path was slightly different.
Follow me, please.
Like, that was pretty obvious. But I couldn't tell if it was a, you know, the guarantee. We're just gonna have Melantha deal with this guy. But I couldn't tell if it was like the 3rd boss fight was always guaranteed to be a specific one.
We may resolve this peacefully.
Because again, I've only ever failed like, because I've only done like 2 of the monthly squads, granted. But I failed one once and one twice. This one we've already failed 3 times. And it is at the point where I don't even want to do an ending. I will say, if we can just get to the 3rd part, that's probably where we'll end the stream. And then maybe tomorrow we'll stream trying to do the other endings, just to kind of show them off, and then maybe we'll go for the 4th ending again. Because I really enjoy this game, I really do. I just wasn't sure what to play. Events are weird too, because the way they do Arknights events is if you don't want to spend a ton of money on like stamina for Urgent and Prime, you do want to be grinding the event from day 1. And so if I wanted to read through the story and stuff, you know, show my first reaction to stages, difficulty I stream on weekends usually, and the events usually drop towards like the beginning of the week, I think. But I'm thinking what I might do for the Gavial Altar event is just not roll. Beyond, you get like 1 free wish a day on the limited banners. Not roll until Saturday, roll at the start of the stream, and then I'll probably clear like the first stage or 2 and then just grind that for the first week.
Thank goodness for
Logic
that.
being that way we're still getting, because the way you get event currency is it's like you get 1 token per stamina spent, and then there's other missions and stuff, so that might be the way to do it. But early on we got Project Red. Maybe I should have gone for Telopsis instead of that, but that's not a bad start. A little bit of extra life, okay. Give me a really good artifact, please, from this emergency op.
Ready whenever.
It's why, like, when we have the option to get, like, a special collectible or just a random collectible, I go for just the regular one, because the special collectible is usually a very specific one. I meant to show the list of what they could be, because I do think it has to be from that specific, like, listing. but there's like Charger Pioneers class Vanguards cost less, and they generate extra DP. There's trying to think. There's Hand of Diffusion, which is pretty much only good, if we're being honest, for Passenger. But it is insane if you have Passenger. Passenger can solo carry a run if you have Hand of Diffusion. There's Hand of Super Speed, which makes Executors, I think Doll Keepers and Ambushers have an absurd amount of attack speed if there is no ally unit within a tile of them. I'd love to show you Project Red doing that because it's really funny. Oh, I forgot the emergency op of this. These guys are melee in the non-emergency op version. It makes this stage actually really obnoxious if you don't have a healer, but we got a healer, so we're good. Iris is really growing on me. I did accidentally I just don't have the resources to raise a bunch of operators right now. I got this event, a 6-star, Ebon Holes, who's actually a blast caster. I'm not a big fan of the archetype, but she's doing a pretty good job. Puts 2 enemies to sleep, and then when they wake up, they just blast everything. I do wonder if she synergizes with like Blemishine as well. Because Blemishine, like you're seeing, we're not attacking the sleeping enemies, not even Irises. I think Blemishine can. I should know this because I use Blemishine all the time.
By everyone's performance. It was
but
fantastic.
yeah, because she prioritizes sleeping enemies. Ooh, a free Irene. I was gonna get Lapland again, but a free Irene's nice. 4-leaf clover, and this is really, really helpful actually. Defensive Vanguard and Guard. I do want to try and grab the ones that I haven't gotten before, obviously. Let's grab 4-leaf clover. I don't really want to recruit a caster. Listen, let's just go for straight up combat ops. I'm trying to think. So when I got my Irene, I did just instantly raise her to E2 because I knew she'd be good and I knew her S3 was really good. I don't know which of her first 2 skills are better. So we have an auto, basically after she's attacked 5 times. Next attack lifts an enemy into the air, deals a bit of extra damage. She's a weird unit in that she focuses around making enemy units levitate. Or I can do 2 charges on 10 attacks each to deal a huge chunk of damage, way more actually. And up to 6, we'll try this.
Perfect. I've been very curious.
Kinda to me, at first glance, seems like a slightly worse version of S3, but one that's accessible earlier,
Watch out
you know,
for the
which is always
tides and
nice.
mist.
Let's drop Melantha here. Ordinarily, I'd use Project Red to deal with this, but since I have Irene, I'll probably use her.
Please hold on.
Goodbye, treasure chest. You were never long for this world, I'm sorry to say. I don't know if I need... I'm hoping Melanda's skill's enough to, yeah, make it so we don't have to do that. Do this. We'll probably drop tank here and we'll be fine. I'm excited about the 4-leaf clover because assuming we don't die instantly again, the 4-leaf clover does give us the chance to get really good collectibles because every time we get one we get a choice. So for example, I think even like on the 3rd floor boss, right, you usually get 2 choices, you get 3 there. I'm trying to think if it gives you a choice though when you only have 1, like after an emergency op, because I think it just gives you one, so I don't remember if that counts. Actually, I used to play, like I was saying, so much IS2, and then I stopped playing so much recently. Once I cleared everything, I think the last thing I did was actually beat Big Sad Lock with Spirit Squad, because that was terrible. I just kind of took a big break from it, but I really do like this mode. But I am a big roguelike player. It was interesting to hear from Egnor, though, way earlier in the stream, that even as a non-roguelike player, he really liked it, because that kind of shows that it appeals to just the Arknights crowd in general. Yeah, that does not do as much damage as the other one. I should have saved 1 charge for the bear. I didn't realize we had bear. That's not good. Might as well use this real quick. Basically just drop Project Grid whenever you can. I don't know if we'll be able to kill this bear. Bear's pretty tough early on. If you don't have something like Neural Alter is what we were using. But I should not have used all of Irene's skill on Crown Chatter, because... Stun him, stun him, stun him. Oh, that didn't even interrupt his attack. The problem is he's going to sit here for a second now. Maybe I should have held Project Red. I tried to use Project Red to hold off the bear from attacking until at least we got one charge of the skill from Irene. We might be okay though. It's going to be a little bit close. Okay, nice. The charged up attacks do a lot of damage. I think Blast Casters have some of the, or Mystic Casters, sorry, have some of the highest base attack. They just have the lowest base attack speed because they charge up those attacks. You do get a choice. That's a tough one. We have 9 hope right now, but early hope gain is always insane. Let's grab Masquerade Mask. Every time we enter a non-combat node, we get 3 ingots. That's going to make all of our future shops, theoretically, pretty useful. Yeah, Myrtle's just the only Vanguard I consistently use is Myrtle. I'm actually gonna pass on a fight real quick. No, I should have taken the fight. I will not fight this one. The collectible we get, we know now, is guaranteed to just be 10% redeployment time less. It's not that helpful. Be funny for, like, I don't know, maybe Project Red or something, but okay, that's not helpful either. I guess, so it cuts HP off casters and makes them do more arts damage. That is helpful, I guess. I take it back for Iris. Minus the fact that Iris isn't really
I'll complete
who we're
my
trying to
mission
rely
to the
on.
best of my ability.
Let's go for that Rogue Trader. I think I saw an emergency out further down, actually, one sec. Okay, we have to choose between the Rogue Trader or the emergency op. We do have the Puppet, that's important to plan ahead for. I'm still gonna go for the Trader. I think the Trader is gonna be just a little bit better for us. We might lose some life on this stage though, if we're being honest.
Please make sure you follow every detail on
Knock
the
over the
plan.
pillar, please hurry.
All right, everyone. Now
We're going.
spread out.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I think this clear is going to be a little bit sketchy, but we'll make do. The main problem is, I think I have to actually do this. That way we can have healing here.
Understood.
I think this should be okay, and then we'll drop Shalem here. And just throw in Project Red whenever. I'm really worried though for when just the big cluster comes in, because that was very clearly an issue every time we've done this fight. And I do anticipate it continuing to be an issue. Okay, they don't attack if you're not blocking them, that's important. Means you can kind of chip away at him. I could have dropped Project Red in the middle of these guys and done the AoE blast from her skill immediately, but I didn't want her just instantly die.
End as swiftly as can be.
Although this is going to be a little bit bad. Go to sleep. Alright, Irene, this guy is now your problem. The problem is when it goes into the hibernation flight, like you saw it last time, if you don't do enough damage to it here, which it doesn't seem like we can actually, it turns into a flying enemy. And it's a big problem. Go to sleep. Because if an enemy was going to go through on this stage, it was the flying ones.
Their future is clear. May this end as swiftly.
Yeah, got there. Dang.
I'm here to help.
Okay, stop this one at least, maybe, please. Ooh, that's not good. Because once it goes into range, flying, the only range we have to hit it is Orchid and Iris here. Man, I miss my temporary life points though. Because if you were doing this in a normal run, we would have only lost 1 life point, so the temporary life point would have eaten it. Here we actually did lose a life point.
It was fantastic.
Please give me some good vouchers. So guard or specialist, okay? Guard or defender. So what we do here is we upgrade Irene. I know we just talked about ranged weakness. We're grabbing 2 very strong units, though. We could have just gotten an upgrade Neural Alter. I do think this is probably slightly better, though.
Upon changing
Because
armaments,
S1
my combat style.
S1 Neural, I think, is still pretty helpful.
Let's go.
Non-upgraded Irene didn't feel that helpful to me, if I'm being honest. It wasn't unhelpful, but it did not feel great.
Locked and loaded.
Every time I look at Project Red, though, I think it's funny that the community is very divided in that the community, I swear, either sees Project Red as a very sweet, like, Lupa who really wants friends, or they see her as, like, a bloodthirsty killer. Which, to be fair, she is a wolf hunter. In fact, one thing that I remember someone said online, and I, like, it blew my mind because I hadn't thought about it, but is the fact that Project Red is a mix of Little Red Riding Hood, the wolf, and the huntsman. All 3 put together. Which is really, really cool. Like, it's tough though. It's gonna be sad because I really probably won't be using her a whole lot once Texas the Omertosa comes out, because I'm going to roll on Texas the Omertosa. And when you consider the exact purpose for using Project Red for, Texas will probably just be outright better at it. From what I've seen, that will probably be the case.
This long night too shall now end.
Man, Neuro's so cool though. Like, she's definitely out. Well, maybe not. It's tough because my top 2 are still probably always going to be Texas and Siege. But it's tough to find like a number 3 because Chen's really good. In terms of like likability, I really like Chen. I really like Spectre's really cool. Well, Bleminshine's really, really cute. I think Neuro's just like really, really cool. Like, what's a good, like, I don't know, like Flametail sees Neuro as like a role model. She's that type of figure, as Blemishine's just a cutie. I say just, but like Blemishine really is a cutie. Another character I don't really use for IS2, but hey. Speaking of which, so these are the categories I was talking about that you get when you get a choice for like a quote-unquote special collectible. And some of them, they're just so situational. It's why I don't do it. Because they can really make a run, but a lot of times you get one and it's not something you're using. For example, again, Hand of Diffusion is pretty much only good if you're using Passenger, and if you're not, it's not that helpful. This stage. We are going to want another ranged unit, actually, so let's take out Lanta. There we go.
Listen, everyone.
Alright, so...
Stay calm.
I do think it's kind of funny that Cruz always sounds so sleepy. Just drowsy. Anyway. This stage shouldn't be a huge issue with what we have.
My sword will respond the instant I spot the movement.
I'm here to help.
Still Myrtle here. I maybe should have waited until after that thing exploded, actually, but yeah, it's fine.
Don't step, my eyes will find the truth.
Wait. Oh, I thought I killed that spider too. That would have killed Ansel.
We're counting on you again today, little apple.
It's nice to drop Project Red in here, but you're about to see. I mean, you thought our snipers attacked fast when they got the, I mean, to be fair, they had more attack speed because we had coin-operated toy, chivalric commandments, and the plus 70 attack speed for snipers. But you have to consider, this is off of one item.
First aid medication is here.
Don't kill Ansel. Okay. And what's nice about Project Red compared to some other units is she has very, very high attack. It's not high now, but when upgraded, she's like over 1,000, I think. And she's not even max level for me. But she always does at least 30% or 26% of her attack damage every attack. So even though, like, when she's attacking really fast like that, even if she's not doing an insane amount of damage, she's still doing a certain percentage of what she can be.
There you are. I have to get serious now.
which just by nature makes her pretty useful. Because it's one of those, like, an ordinary operator that doesn't have the defense piercing, you know? Even if it's only, again, like 26%. Wouldn't be guaranteed to do, like, any damage. You know, they'd tickle him. And while Project Red is clearly tickling this guy, she's still doing a certain amount of damage, you know? I like it. And maybe I do overrate. I'll be honest. There's a very real possibility that I just overrate Project Red because she was my first 5-star. And I like her, but... You know, I like Red.
Their future is clear. Surely your skulls
There we go.
would be mesmerizing to see.
Is this how you command the Aegir Hunters too? Seems like the victory that the arrogant doctor promised might actually be plausible.
I wish I had one more hope because of the puppet, but... Actually, we should get a multi-target medic, yeah. The puppet is an incredibly annoying fight, to be certain.
New data used to assemble
Not the worst fight if you have a multi-target medic, otherwise it's pretty rough. There's also some other combinations you can do, because basically everyone's consistently taking damage in this fight. Another strategy you can do other than a multi-target medic is use like Soraya. There's actually a collectible that gives you like DP every time you take damage. And so the result of that with Soraya is you actually end up just having her, you use S2 and she just heals really, really fast. But the thing is here, it's not about the amount of damage Red is going to do instantly. It's about the fact that we can just keep doing that every time this puppet. It can also spawn this way. I actually do prefer this spawn because there's a bunch of enemies that spawn up here eventually. But basically, you have like someone hold the lane here most of the time, and then you hella drop this. I actually should have used S2 neural for this if I was going to use it for this. I didn't think about that. You can have Iris do her little charge caster thing up here too. Yeah, and you do only take the big AoE damage, the poison mist I think it's usually called, if the mini boss isn't being blocked. But we could actually do this. The problem is if we put in too many units, it's harder for Talopsis to keep up if someone starts taking a lot of damage, which is really important to know. But as you can see, the puppet's already at half health. Worst comes to worst, we just need a little bit more investment. I'm actually gonna do this. I'm a little bit worried. It's nice too, is you put him to sleep, and during that thing, Iris, while it's asleep, Iris charges up another 3 charges. So that's been working pretty well. These are the enemies that float across the top though. Gonna be a bit of a problem. Because some of them actually go down this way, some of them do go this way though. But as you can see, Irene with just Talopsis healing has been able to hold this pretty well.
Here I am. Don't step my light will purge the vice.
But it's gotten a little bit close because our Talopsis isn't upgraded too. It's just a basic Talopsis. We got the boss now, so we're no longer all taking constant damage. So yeah, the only boss that we haven't seen, I think, from the 3rd floor is Jetman now. Jetman isn't usually too bad, unless you have no anti-air, in which case he's getting through. Well, not even just Jetman, there's a bunch of drones that spawn on the Jetman stage, but I digress. I would say I think for normal play, S1 Myrtle's supposed to be better than S2, but for this mode, I think it's a lot better. All enemy units have less HP, stun enemy units for 5 seconds, 2, duration of stun. So we haven't gotten this before, so I'm tempted to pick it up. But I'm just gonna get Profound Silence. I've had enough of doing this mode, I swear. We've lost the monthly thing without getting the 5th floor like 3 times, and it's really awkward. I will say it's no longer as beneficial to go to Rogue Traders, because even though this is the weakest of the 3 attack speed relics, it is still an attack speed relic. Let's go bottom path. I'm chickening out. We're just trying to get there. It's this one. This did, to be fair, kill us last time, but I think we'll be okay. I was hesitant at first because I swear I thought these were gonna hit
Follow me,
us,
please.
and it actually hits the enemy. It is a little bit annoying. Is
Scenery here, Doc.
this treasure chest is actually in a good spot to protect, but wasn't actually going to try to protect it.
I spot the movement.
It's fine.
I have to get serious now.
We want to get Neural down here, I think, instantly,
I shall lead the
because
assault.
this version of her, it takes a good chunk of time for that build up, 60 seconds. But once that's full, then she attacks through another enemy. So I'll be able to stick like Shalem right in front of her, and she'll attack through Shalem. Until that happens, though, I kind of want to keep her not deployed so that she has a little bit more room to attack. I guess we aren't making use of Hand of Super Speed with that positioning on Project Red, though. Let's drop this now, actually.
And to be
Ready to heal.
Alright, we've got a healer for both sides. As long as damage doesn't outpace what Ansel can do, we're good.
the future is clear. May this end as slowly as can be.